We're good now.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan. Councilmember Laloy. Councilmember Talamantes. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Here.
Councilmember Maple.
Here.
Vice Mayor Gatta.
Here.
Councilmember Jennings.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vang.
I am here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Here. Would everyone please rise, and would Councilmember Valenzuela please lead us in the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance?
I will. Please rise for the opening acknowledgement in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, Southern Maidu, Valley and Plains Miwok, Patwin Wintun peoples, and the people of the Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contributions, and lives. Thank you. Now please salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember Valenzuela. Good afternoon, everyone. My colleagues, members of the city staff, and most importantly, the members of the public who are in the audience and who are watching on our broadcast internationally throughout the world, or at least in Sacramento. Welcome to all of you. We want to begin tonight with three special presentations. I want to turn it over to my colleagues to begin the afternoon. I'll start with Councilmember Valenzuela on the great celebration of Met Sacramento High School.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for joining us tonight as we honor the Met Sacramento High School, a public charter school in my district that is celebrating 20 years. This school serves about 300 students with the philosophy of education begins with relationships. It's so amazing. Students are with the same advisor and peer group for all 4 years of school, and they also get to experience things like the Panther Pipeline, which is a dual enrollment program with Sacramento City College, where they can take classes, get career advice, get counseling, and all sorts of other services to set them up for future success. One of the fantastic cornerstones of this model that a lot of us are familiar with is the internship programs, where students get to go every Tuesday and Thursday to a job of their choosing that fits their interests. So they work for local businesses, they work for all levels of government, and several of them work here at City Hall. I'm really grateful to be hosting an alumni from this program as my staff. I have to give a shout out, Michaela Taylor, alumni from Met High School, who works for our team. Very pleased for the last many months to have an amazing intern in our office who is a current student, Clarity Cooper, who actually helped organize and write this resolution tonight. And so she is going to be coming up to the dais here to speak for a moment about the Met's anniversary and what it means to her. And I hope that you'll come up to the podium now, Clarity, and maybe you'll be joined by Principal Denise Lambert and other folks who are here from the high school to celebrate this momentous occasion today. Clarity did this all on her own, Mayor, and so this is a really exciting moment for our office to see her do this, and obviously for the Met to be celebrated in this way. So Clarity, take it away.
Hello. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Clarity Cooper, and I'm currently a junior at the Met Sacramento High School. And like Councilmember Valenzuela said, I intern in their office. I'm very honored to be here today to congratulate the Met and its 20th anniversary. I'd like to start by describing how impactful the Met has been to me. As mentioned in the resolution, the school genuinely meets the 3 R's of rigor, relevance, and relationships, challenging my peers and I to use critical thinking, incorporate real-world application into the curriculum, and build strong community networks. I've experienced firsthand the positive results of creating relationships with my advisors and teachers and peers, and the academic and mental support is immense. I lost a lot of my 8th grade year to COVID when COVID struck, and so all of my freshman year was online. And so this really put a toll on my ability to conversate with people, to socialize, and to interact. And at the Met, our internship program really helped my peers and I to create an opportunity to build upon the skills we lacked in, strengthen our abilities, and work directly with our community, engaging in our passions and interests. I came to high school extremely nervous, and I wasn't even able to have a conversation with anyone without sweating through my shirt. But interning at the Wellspring Women's Center in Oak Park and interning here within City Hall, I've had the ability to build undeniable confidence, and confidence that I may not have been able to build within the classroom or at a traditional high school. And for that, I'm extremely grateful for. And so now more than ever, our communities really need a society to build leadership, and the Met provides that leadership. The Met provides that ability to take on a leadership role. And this is really crucial for the success of our future generations. So thank you to my advisors and my teachers. Thank you to Councilmember Valenzuela. Thank you for the whole District 4 team. And I'm very grateful to be honoring the 20th anniversary of the Met. Thank you for your time.
So thank you, Clarity, for those kind words. It's great to hear the perspective from the students. Mayor Steinberg, respected members of the City Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Denise Lambert, and I am the proud principal of the Met High School. I am honored to accept this resolution on behalf of our high school, recognizing 20 years of service to our community. We are proud to be a part of this vibrant community, and we are grateful to the Sacramento City Council for recognizing our efforts over the past 2 decades. As an educational institution, our primary goal is to help our students achieve their full potential and prepare them for the challenges of the future. We strive to provide a safe, supportive, and inclusive learning environment that fosters academic achievement, personal growth, and social responsibility. Over the past 20 years, we've had the privilege of educating thousands of students from diverse backgrounds and experiences. Our success is due to a large part to the hard work and dedication of our faculty and staff. They have tirelessly devoted themselves to the success of our students, and their commitment has been critical to our school's continued growth and success. This resolution is a testament to the collective efforts of everyone who has been a part of our school community. It recognizes our achievements and reaffirms our commitment to providing the best possible education for our students. We are honored to receive this recognition, and we will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that our students graduate ready for college, career, and prepared to make positive contributions to society. In closing, I would like to thank Sacramento City Council for this recognition and to express my gratitude to our faculty, staff, and students for their unwavering commitment to our school's mission. Together, we have accomplished so much. I look forward to continuing to build upon our success in the years to come. Thank you.
Hello, council members and mayor and Met Sacramento mentor, Katie Valenzuela, for this recognition. My name is Katie Hensley, and I've been a proud Sacramentan for more than 25 years. As someone who has been a teacher, an advisory board member, a former Sac City Unified School District employee, and a parent 3 times over at the Met Sacramento, I am filled with pride and emotion as I speak about this amazing high school. The Met Sacramento is more than just an educational institution. It is a community of people who are committed to one another's growth, development, and success. I have seen firsthand how the Met Sacramento High School's approach to education has transformed the lives of countless students. These students, including my own child, have been given the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive in an environment that values them as individuals and encourages them to pursue their passions. The advisory class at the Met Sacramento is particularly special to me. As a teacher, I experienced how this class brought students together and created a sense of belonging and community that is developmentally essential for success in school and beyond. Shout out to my 2 graduating classes. The bonds that students form with their peers and advisors in this class are really remarkable. Advisories become family. I have seen students have the courage to step away from gang involvement, be uplifted when going through struggles, have a consistent bond for youth who are experiencing homelessness or are in the foster system. Students at the Met support one another, they laugh together, and they create lifelong relationships. So much so that now many graduates of the Met Sacramento are returning to mentor current high school students. As if all that wasn't enough, I am constantly impressed with the internship opportunities that the Met Sacramento provides students. Internships are the gold standard for the CDE, College and Career Readiness Dashboard, and the MET provides students this learning experience in a way that other institutions have not been able to provide. These internships not only help students to develop practical skills and knowledge, but it gives them confidence, responsibility, and initiative that are key for success in life. A very common statement from METSAC students is, "I am prepared for the real world." Finally, the Met Sacramento partnership with Sacramento City College is a phenomenal pathway to provide students the best of academic opportunities. Students can earn college credits for free, and many students have graduated from the Met Sacramento with their associate's degree completed. The partnership helps students to achieve their academic goals as well as prepare for their future. So in my short time addressing you tonight, I hope I have conveyed that the Met Sacramento is so much more than just a school. It is a community that transforms the lives of students. This is how you build safe schools, and this is how you build a thriving city. When working, what better week to thank the Met Sacramento teachers than Teacher Appreciation Week? They work endlessly to make sure that there is meaningful learning opportunities for the students. Staff, mentors, and students are building an incredible community here in Sacramento, and it is very inspiring to see how they change the world one student at a time.
Mayor Steinberg, respected members of the Sacramento City Council, thank you for recognizing the Met Sacramento High School on the 20th anniversary of the year of its founding. For myself, 19 years ago, I needed a job for a year before I went on to graduate school. I applied to work for the Sacramento City Unified School District. Beth Kay, the founder of the Met Sacramento High School, hired me, and now 19 years later, I'm still there and about to retire. Imagine that. I feel really fortunate to have been a part of this innovative educational institution that is the Met. One of our first graduates in her valedictory speech described the school as the land of misfit toys from the Frosty the Snowman cartoon. And our mission has always been to serve the students who are not served by traditional high school models, students who have realized, many of them, that the game of school is in many ways meaningless. Our students have the opportunity to work 2 days a week at internship sites in Sacramento, in the Sacramento community, and they have authentic, meaningful experiences there. Through these experiences that connect their internship obligations to the learning that is happening in the classroom, they discover that academic excellence is an important prerequisite for success in the real world. In 6 weeks, I will retire from the Met High School. Many teachers retire burnt out and bitter. I look back with gratitude. I had the opportunity to work at an inspiring, I'm going to go off my scripted notes right here, a really inspiring and a remarkable place. An inspiring institution that has had a powerful impact on the greater Sacramento community. If I step out the door right here of City Hall, I can point at 10 different spots where my students have had internships, and where those internships have had a dynamic, life-changing experience, they've had dynamic, life-changing experiences. The education of today's youth determines the health of tomorrow's community, and I'm proud to know that the greater Sacramento community will be stronger through the work of my colleagues and myself at the Met Sacramento High School. Thank you.
She does us proud, doesn't she? Yes, please.
I mean, first of all, how inspiring, all of you, especially the young woman who started the presentation tonight. So articulate, really, and none of us were that articulate when we were your age.
Mayor, that's why the seat is open for you.
And that's right. And we're soon gonna have that seat filled. But you said something, sir, that just struck me that I just want to respond to, and that is you described the Met as, use the term misfit, right? Like the Met is the other.
The land of misfit
Land of
toys
misfits,
was what
but
not my description. It was a student of ours.
I might suggest that maybe the rest of the system is the misfit. No, I mean, really, because what you're doing ought to be the norm. The idea of academic rigor combined with real-world experience, internship, paid work, whatever it can be, so that young people understand, as you said, the rigor, the importance of rigor, the importance of relevance is so crucial to our entire system, and it's too much of a one-off. And the Met is doing it and been doing it for 20 years. And so I say spread the mission here because it's what the system should be. Thank you. We got a few members here. Rick Jennings, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think we all know how proud we are when we watch our own kids grow up in front of us and go on to college and graduate from high school, go on to college, and then move into the workforce and start with a family and all those things. I happen to have been around when the Met was founded back in 1993, I think is the time and the date. And I remember the Met back in those days, and everything that we ever wanted from a school, everything that we dreamed of, everything that was planned for, we have seen materialize right in front of our face. From an incredible student in clarity that got up and spoke in front of us, to a principal, to a teacher, to a parent and administrator. We're just sitting here watching you beam about a school that is having such an incredible impact. And we can't thank you enough. But from a parent standpoint, I feel like this is one of my children that I have seen grow up into greatness. And so I want to thank each of you for the lives that you've touched, the differences that you've made, the program that you've put in place. You've given students the opportunity to not only know what they want, but also what they don't want. And so those internships are very valuable because sometimes you can find out very quickly, that's not the direction I want to go. But you can find another internship that will take you in another direction where you do want to go. So I just want to let you know how proud I am of you to have watched you grown over these 20 years. It makes me realize how old I am. But it's good to feel old from that standpoint because you guys have done great things, and I'm glad to have been a part of it. So congratulations.
Councilmember Laloie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow my colleague. First of all, congratulations to you all, principal, staff. It takes a whole village to be able to accomplish everything that school has accomplished so far. So thank you so much. And the young lady, my apologies, I forgot your name.
Clarity.
Clarity. You missed a year of school, and look at you. You're here and actually talking not only to us elected officials, but look behind you and look how many people. I don't think you should ever worry about not being able to speak out in the public, because I tell you, after all these years, even right now when I'm talking to you, when I'm touching my shirt, I'm starting to sweat right now. So again, phenomenal job. Congratulations for missing a whole year and be able to shine the way you are. Sky's the limit. Recognize your talent, and this idea that you can't really talk in the public, that was old news, because today you just found out not only you can speak out in the public, but you do it extremely well. And interning for wonderful Councilmember Valenzuela, you couldn't ask for a better mentor and someone that's really dedicated to the youth out in our city. So congratulations, you're fantastic, and thank you for being here.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well said by my colleagues, and all to say again, Clarity, congratulations, and you bring us inspiration and hope. But I wanted to punch up and say it'd be remiss if I didn't congratulate the Met on its 20 years, and particularly for its faculty and the work that they've done. And 20 years ago, a young student by the name of Chico Gonzalez, who is now a faculty member there, is being recognized with the President's Medal of Honor at Sac State during this year's graduation. And all I could say is, go Hornets and go Mets.
And Chico is Clarity's advisor, so he's been to the office a couple times. But I'd love to take a quick photo with you down there, Mayor, if that's
Please.
okay. And thank you all for coming. Let's come up to the
course.
front here. And I think there might be some other Met parents and folks in the room. If you want to come up, you should. Congratulations. Skylar, take the photo.
You gotta tell Chico.
Oh, I saw that. I didn't see it. Somebody told me.
That's being dedicated.
That is being dedicated. But it's time for a tattoo.
No.
Scoot together. Come on, council members.
All about dedication.
That's pain.
1, 2, 3. All right, do one more. 1, 2, and 3.
4, 5, 6.
I get my pictures from the car. I think it's time to just last week and this week 17.
Now, that's the way to start a city council meeting. But we're not done yet. We've got Mayor Pro Tem Mai Vang with another special presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. It is an incredible honor to present a resolution today to not only recognize, but actually establish in our city of Sacramento Hmong American Day here in our city. This weekend, May 14th, is the anniversary of the fall of Long Chang in Laos, a United States and Hmong air base in Laos during the Laotian-Vietnam War, where the Hmong fought alongside the United States as allies against North Vietnam. This was also known as the Secret War of Laos from 1961 to 1975 that many folks do not know, that's not written in our history book. Just a little bit about Asian American history, which is also American history, which is Hmong history. When the United States pulled out of the Vietnam War in Laos, many Hmong were actually killed for their resistance and being allies to the United States. Many do not know this, but approximately 35,000 to 40,000 Hmong soldiers were killed during the Secret War, including many Hmong soldiers that were under the age of 18 years old, folks who are actually from my family. May 14, 1975 signified the last airlift of evacuation of Hmong soldiers and families from Laos to the refugee camp in Thailand. And as a proud daughter of Hmong refugee, the first Asian and Hmong woman on the city council, I know that I wouldn't be here today without the sacrifices of my Hmong grandparents and parents who fled war so that I could have the opportunities I have today. My mother, who came here to the United States, settled in Meadowview, speaking no English and attending Luther Burbank. My father, who attended McClatchy High and settled in Oak Park. I'm incredibly proud to be Hmong, but for many of us, being Hmong in America also means having to live and fight and navigate a system that often wasn't set up for folks who look like me. Being Hmong in America means struggling to find our place in this country, especially for so many Hmong children who may often feel stuck and often feel like they're balancing between two identities and two cultures. But being Hmong in America also means I get the privilege to be able to live in this country on indigenous land and help shape that future for communities and generations to come. And I want to ensure that I'm continuing to uplift Hmong voices and stories and that they are known and celebrated. Today, Hmong Americans are really building a vibrant and a diverse California. And right here in Sacramento County, we have over 35,000 Hmong residents with over 100,000 residents in the state of California. They are contributing socially, politically, and economically to our city. city, and so many like my parents who came here with nothing in 1 and 2 generation. Many of us Hmong refugees and their children are now teachers, firefighters here in the city of Sacramento, business owners, elected officials, and so much more. And so today really recognizes, today what we're doing is recognizing and celebrating the history and the culture and contributions of Hmong Americans in California and right here in our city. I also do want to take this moment to just say thank you to 2 of my staff as well, Asia, my policy director, and Samantha, my director of special events, daughters of Hmong refugees as well, who's paving their own way in their families and in the communities. They're coming up behind, but they're actually right next to me. They're not coming up behind me, but they're right next to me fighting for our communities. And today I actually would like to take time to acknowledge several organizations who are actually here today that's educating, advocating, and serving our beautiful Hmong community. I'm just going to list them off and give them an opportunity to say a few words. I know time is short, so they know that, so they're going to come and just drop the mic really quick. But I also want to honor and center them because I know our communities are thriving because of the services and the work and the heart and hustle that they put in their families, in the community, and in Sacramento day in, day out. A shout out to Hmong Youth and Parents United. Parents United, they're actually located in District 2. They provide a lot of social services to our elders, youth, and families. I see Shang Tao in the audience, who is the executive director. Hmong Innovating Politics, a grassroots advocacy organization that's building the pipeline of young leaders and people power on the ground, an organization that I co-founded when I was a young organizer. Kao Yi and Nancy, that's in the audience today. Project Hmong from Sac State, an initiative to center our Hmong and Southeast Asian students to ensure retention, but also ensure successful educational outcomes in higher ed. Want to give a shout out to Andrew Yang, my cousin, and Chow Vang, Dr. Chow Vang. Hmong Queer Shua, an organization that's holding healing space for our Hmong queer youth, parents, and residents. I believe James Herr is here as well. Want to say thank you to them. Obviously, can't forget our fierce leader at Susan B. Anthony Elementary School, Ms. Bao Mua, who is the leader there that's leading the Hmong Immersion Program, first Hmong Immersion Program west of the Mississippi River, and thank you for her leadership. And also the Sacramento Hmong New Year. Our board is here as well. I see Kathy, I see Chur. Thank you so much for your hard work to ensure that we have our annual Hmong New Year Festival as a tradition at Cal Expo. And then lastly, I also want to say thank you to La Familia Counseling Center that serves the Latino community, but I'm also centering them because they do not only serve the Latino community, but they serve everyone. And they have been a champion for the Hmong community before some of the organization was able to be formed. And I want to take this time to thank Rachel Rios, the executive director, and also Jerry Vang as well. I know that we have a quick performance, really quick, but I do want an opportunity for all of these amazing organizations to come up and say a few words. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. You know, as I think about being Hmong American in this country, I think about all of the amazing organizations that are in the audience, all of you that makes up the organization that's fighting for our families, our babies, and our communities, and I want to say thank you so much. So as we think about Hmong American Day, I'm really thinking about each and every one of you, and I want to say thank you just really for your service in the community. So with that, why don't y'all come up, say a few words, and then we also have Ethan Sikling that's going to perform really quick for a bamboo instrument as well that's really sacred in the Hmong community, and I want him to perform as well. Don't be shy, come up. We are Hmong Americans, we are not shy. Step up to the plate. And Kao Yi will kick it off.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kao Yi Tao. I work as the Director of Policy and Partnerships for Hmong Innovating Politics, also known as HIP. Like Mayor Pro Tem Vang said, since 2012, HIP has been building the power of Hmong and Southeast Asian youth and families in solidarity with other communities of color to ensure that we all are at the decision-making table. With the Hmong American Day resolution today, I'm feeling joy, pride, love, and connection. I feel seen. I feel belonging in a place that I've always called home, Sacramento. I want to thank the leadership of Mayor Pro Tem Vang, the mayor, and the community organizations here tonight for making this resolution possible. As community orgs, we were so passionate about supporting this resolution. Last year, HIP, Haipu, and La Familia co-led the Celebrating Hmong Heritage event for the community during AA NHPI Heritage Month. And it was important to make this space for our community to not just come together in times of hardship, but in joy. We realized Like, why not have the city recognize Hmong American Day? It would be powerful for our electeds to recognize this day to create something lasting for our community beyond ourselves. This resolution is not just a piece of paper, and it's more than just a date. It's so much to me as a Hmong American who grew up here. I grew up in Meadowview, Parkway area. Shout out to Parkway Elementary, Cal Middle School, and C.K. McClatchy High School. These were the public institutions that raised me to be where I am here today. And while I have so much love for them, I sadly didn't learn about my Hmong history or culture through these institutions. And so as someone who didn't grow up learning or seeing themselves in these institutions or history books, I hope that's how you can see why this resolution is so important to me and the Hmong community. This day means so much to me because it means we are uniquely seen and acknowledged as part of this community. This sense of belonging is critical to our community, especially the growth and development of our young people. This day means that we are giving the space for people within and outside of the Hmong community to engage in dialogue and learn about our stories, which will show that the Hmong American experience is beautifully complex. This day means that we have a platform to demand what it is that our community and other historically oppressed communities are needing. And last but not least, it means that we can celebrate as our authentic selves. And with that, I'd like to invite the community to celebrate Hmong American Day. On this Saturday, May 13th, our community organizations in partnership with the District 8 office will be having the Hmong American Day celebration event at Susan B. Anthony Elementary from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. So we welcome you all to join us as we will have food, cultural performances, fun activities for youth, and an array of booths with resources for the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Gao Yi.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council, and Councilmember Mai Vang and Councilmember Lo Lee. My name is Sean Tal, and I'm the Executive Director for Hmong Youth and Parents United. We are located in North Sacramento, Councilmember Lo Lee's district. We have been serving the community since 2008. While I am new to the Executive Director job at Hmong Youth and Parents United, I've been on the board for 5 years. And you know, today's a momentous day because we celebrate Hmong American Day. You know, May 14th marked a day that was really, really sad in our community, where we said we had to leave our homeland, and it's the day that we can never turn back. And you know, it is the Hmong American Day. It's the day we truly became Americans, you know, as refugees, and we settled into the United States 30 years ago. But this is a step in, you know, the right direction, similar to what Kao Yi said. Growing up, I grew up in North Sacramento in public schooling system as well. I didn't learn much about my culture. I didn't even know much about Hmong history until, you know, I went to college and I studied history. And then you learn much more about our community. This is just a step in the right direction. Like for all of our Hmong veterans, I don't know if the community knows, but our Hmong veterans who fought in the war, it's a secret war. We were employed by the CIA, the United States. And today we are not recognized as veterans. We're just recognized as ordinary citizens. And most of our elders who has PTSD from the war, they're on SSI. You know, they don't have VA benefits. And we need that for our community too, you know, because that's just policies that we need to change, and we need to make sure that we are heard. And I am happy today that we are celebrating Hmong American Day, and this is a step in the right direction. And so thank you, the city of Sacramento, and I hope we can get other cities and other states to recognize this.
Good evening. It's good to be here. To my cousin. So I'll just make mine short. My name is Andrew Yang. I'm the Asian Pacific Islander Destiny American Center Coordinator at Sacramento State, however, also a program lead. And I'm here on behalf of Sacramento State Project Hmong. Now, as my provided info on the Hmong population, Sacramento is one of the, has a huge Hmong population, and so does Sacramento State, having the most Hmong students in the CSU system at 1,100 Hmong students. So what we do here at Project Hmong is to, make sure that not only are students' retention increasing, but student progression. I think that's important. But I'm here today to say thank you to the City Council, Mayor Steinberg, and my cousin Mai Vang for honoring Hmong American Day, but most importantly, supporting the Hmong community. So mine is short and sweet. Just thank you all.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rachel Rios. I'm the Executive Director of La Familia Counseling Center, and I'm extremely proud to stand with the Hmong community to celebrate their culture and their contributions to Sacramento, and also to have hosted the first Hmong American Day side by side with Haipu and HIP. And so I'm going to turn it over to our health manager to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg, and all the council members. I want to thank you guys all for giving us this opportunity and to speak and or just to receive this resolution. And big shout outs to Mayor Pro Tem Mai Vang and your team. This would not have happened without you guys stepping in and supporting us throughout this. I can recall the first time when we had this discussion, it was just out of the blue of one of our committee planning team meetings, and we're like, what if we just made this Hmong American Day? What if we kind of done that? And we didn't really know what direction to go, and with the guidance of Mayor Pro Tem, her team, helping us get this all together, really grateful for this, and many more opportunities and exciting things coming forward. So thank you again.
Awesome, thanks.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, Sacramento. My name is Chur Vang, and I'm from the Hmong Sacramento New Year Festival. I'm here to thank you all for recognizing Hmong American Day, and wanted to also invite you to the Hmong American Day. So thank you for having us tonight. Thank you.
It's all you. Yeah, Ziying, you can introduce yourself and do a performance, and then we'll present the resolution.
Okay, hello. My name is Tu Yejing. Thank you all for having me to have the opportunity to be here tonight to do a little performing in the art culture of our Hmong thing. It's an instrument without 6 notes, but it riff in there. So this is the only instrument that will bring the people that pass away, the spiritual, back to reborn. And this one will also do a celebration at the Hmong New Year's celebration for entertainment. So today I will be doing a short performing.
Okay. Please. What's the name of the instrument again?
Thing.
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 Yes.
I'd like to say a few words. Thank you, City of Sacramento. Thank you, Mayor Doris Steinberg. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mai Vang, for being here. And as part of the Board of Directors of Sacramento Hmong New Year, it is an opportunity for us as Hmong to be here in the United States. And we're very proud to be here in the city of Sacramento. And you know what? City of Sacramento is one of the best cities in the whole state of California. Let's give it a big hand. And I have to say, you guys all done a wonderful job. In Sacramento, we have a vast majority of Hmong population here, and the reason why is because, number one, career opportunity. And secondly, business opportunity. City of Sacramento also provide one of the best educational programs in the whole state of California. I chose to live in the city of Sacramento because after I've looked at everything throughout California, city of Sacramento is the best place for me and my children to live in and also be educated in. The city of Sacramento provide the Hmong community more than every other city that we've ever lived in. If you see, Fresno used to be full of Hmong community, very big Hmong community. And now, most of the people that live in Fresno City, a lot of them moved to Sacramento, and a lot of them also move out of state. But I have to say, Sacramento Hmong New Year has been around for 40 years as far as I remember, and it's growing every year. And last year, we exceeded our limits. So thank you, City of Sacramento, for the opportunity. Thank you for your love, and thank you for providing the Hmong community all the advantages of being an American. Thank you so much.
Well said.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayors and other council members. My name is Wang Tu Mo. I'm the secretary of the Sacramento Hmong New Year. And one thing I just wanted to say is thank you very much for your support for this many years that we have the event. Last year was the first year that we got shut down because we are overloaded the population that into the Cal State, into Cal Expo, we're overloaded and we got shut down. I haven't been attending the State Fair for so many years. We have not got shut down, but the Hmong Sacramento New Year event for 22 and 23, we got shut down because we are overloaded. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you, the mayors, the council members, and all the citizens here, come and join us. And mark your calendar, November the 24th to the 27th. We'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you. Here we go. Please.
Wachana, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And then with that, if any of my colleagues would like to say a few words, and we'll take some photos. So, yeah. Sean, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you very much for that performance. It was absolutely beautiful, and that's how we can learn about each other's culture, because after all, we're in the most diverse city, I think I want to say, in California. And I have Haipu is in my district, and I've learned so much from this organization, and I continuously want to support the organization, especially with events. And I always talk to the elders and say, thank you for keeping and practicing your culture, because as the new generation comes in, they're Americans, and we don't want them to forget about cultures. Myself, I'm an immigrant. I lived, well, I shouldn't say lived, I was put in a refugee camp for about 2.5 years, so I know what it takes and how hard it is. I'm very proud. I think one of the ladies indicated that this resolution proves that we're part of this community. No, you are part of this community. Their resolution is just the icing on the cake. You guys are part of our community, and you've done a great job for City of Sacramento. And myself, as an elected official, I'm extremely proud to say that I have one, I think, Mayor Pro Tem, I think I have the largest Hmong community in my district.
I don't know. I gotta look at the data. I think so. I think so. I don't want to say yes.
I think so.
Let me double check the numbers. Yeah.
We're going to take that credit, right? I'm going to take that credit right now and say thank you so much for what you bring into this city, and thank you so much for keeping your culture alive and having these events on an annual basis so the new generation can never forget. Unfortunately, in our schools, we'll never learn about our own cultures because there's so many of us in this country. But having organizations like yours is what will keep the culture going for years and years to come. So thank you very much, and I'm honored and proud to be here today amongst you guys. Thank you.
Are you considered a master? Yes.
I just called my name. Hi, Aisha. I just wanted to say hi. You look so cute. I'm digging this outfit, and I'm going to draw inspiration from it.
Get in the car.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Do you want me to do the photos? Okay.
Hold on, making down. Here. 3, 2, 1. One more. Beautiful. 3, 2, 1.
Kenapa dulu? Usually take pictures.
I know, she's pretty amazing. She's really amazing.
Well, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for a very moving several minutes. Really important that the community be seen, and you sure make that happen. Thank you. Vice Mayor, get her for the final resolution, and then we'll get to the city business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. 85% of a child's brain development happens by the age of 3, and over 95% happens by the age of 5. And that's why it's my pleasure today to recognize those folks, those individuals who are helping that aspect of the most important part of our life. It's the future of our kids, our youth. And I have the pleasure of recognizing May 12th as Child Care Provider Appreciation Day. And to do that, I'd like to ask our Child Care Project Manager for the City of Sacramento, Janine Cooper, to please come on up. Let's give her a big round of applause. I'd like to ask Jude Dumondun from Bisbee Beach Child Development Center to come on up. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you, and to accept the resolution, Amy Walker from Milestones Child Development Center to please come on up. Since 1996, May 12th has been a day that's been recognized to recognize those workers, those administrators, those providers that are creating not only an opportunity for our kids to learn, and we felt it so much during the pandemic. We've seen that loss of learning. And when our young kids didn't have an opportunity to be able to start their school year, they've already fell behind. And even through that adversity, this group of individuals here that helped create a city and county-wide task force for our city helped us lead the way for the state of California. While many cities and jurisdictions lost, and we did too, but many lost much more dramatically, because of our efforts locally here, by creating an effort, we were able to help maintain many of our providers that help our families get to work and that provide a safe and educational place for our young people to learn. During the pandemic and even now, we identified what our biggest challenges are: supporting our workers, creating apprenticeship programs. The city of Sacramento itself created a stipend program, and to help also help the providers themselves, along with their workers, stay afloat and open during that time, so that families, unfortunately in an economy now where we're a dual income economy, could actually provide for their families. Most importantly, one thing that I want to highlight is that child care providers don't just take care of our children or our child. They take care of our families. And, my personal story, as many of you know, when I was a kid, I would go to work in the fields with my mother because we didn't have access to child care. That, unfortunately, still is a challenge for many families. They don't have access to affordable early child care or early learning. And because of it, families struggle. But I do want to personally thank Amy Walker, because when we had challenges and my mother was working in the fields, she exposed her to a new career in early childhood education. And at the age of 50, my mother decided to get her education, her degree, and her A degree, and go into the early childhood education career. So my personal thanks to Amy Walker here to talk about early childhood education. I also wanted to, she couldn't be here today because she's holding down the fort. But to Councilmember Vang, you forgot one group of people that are in the Hmong community, and that's early childhood education teachers and administrators. And Miss C. Vang is out there taking care of all of the kids at Milestones as well, who was a member of HUSA at Sac State, the Hmong University Student Association, back in 20 years ago as well. So it's my pleasure to pass this over to a group of individuals who have made a bright spot for our kids' future and who is essential for us to have a strong economy, for healthy families, and a brighter future for our kids. A big round of applause to the leaders in our childhood education, and recognizing May 12th as Childhood Education Providers Day today. Let's give them a big round of applause. And to Janine Cooper.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Guetta. My name is Janine Cooper. I'm the Child Care Project Manager here for the city. I'm honored to be in that position and to support the child care industry here in Sacramento. Honorable Mayor and Council, on behalf of the Sacramento County Child Care Coalition and the Sacramento child care community, we'd like to thank you for recognizing the valuable contributions of our early childhood educators through this resolution. The coalition is comprised of early care and education partners in Sacramento County. We are working together as engaged partners to strengthen families and improve access to high quality, affordable, and equitable early learning and care across Sacramento County. Our child care providers have been working tirelessly throughout the pandemic to support our littlest learners and their families. And we thank you for recognizing their important role that child care providers play in our community, and we ask that you consider the coalition as a partner and resource for all things early care and education. I also want to take a moment just to share how the city of Sacramento has supported the recovery of the local child care industry by partnering with community-based organizations like Child Action and California Capital Women's Business Center to provide a child care provider stipend and a family child care home startup stipend. The provider stipend has awarded over 80 child care providers with financial assistance to support with daily operation costs and staff retention and hiring. And California Capital has supported 12 new providers in receiving their family child care home license, which adds approximately 96 new child care slots for Sacramento families. As we work and we continue to work on this challenging field, I just want to acknowledge Vice Mayor Guerra again and his staff and our partners in Early Learning and Child Care Task Force, who along with Sacramento County Child Care Coalition consistently advocate for funding and child care, for early learning and child care, and help us stay informed about the needs of families, children, and providers. And to accept this resolution, I brought Jude and Amy here, who are both owners and operators of their own programs. They're small business owners. They have over 50 staff that they employ, and they both work tirelessly through the pandemic and experience losses in both revenue and staff. And I just want to show our appreciation for their passion and their perseverance during this work. So I'll get Amy to talk a little bit.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg, the City of Sacramento, and City Council. I'm honored to accept this resolution on behalf of the child care providers in Sacramento. We are all incredibly thankful for the support of the City of Sacramento, especially over the past few years. Specifically, Vice Mayor Guerra and the Child Care Project Manager, Janine Cooper, they've gone above and beyond in their support of all of our child care providers. Over the past few years, the city has worked to help providers find and retain high-quality staff. They've provided funds for retention and supplies. They've connected parents with open facilities during the pandemic, collaborated and brought early care professionals together to hear and acknowledge our challenges, hosted conferences to improve access, and created connections with other cities to develop and sustain quality care throughout the state, developed the Child Care Task Force that has brought together a wide range of stakeholders through monthly discussions and updates, continued to collaborate with Child Action, our local R&R, and all of this is done to elevate the critical nature of child care and to acknowledge that child care is infrastructure. Thank you.
Come on, Jude.
Sorry, I wasn't prepared to talk to everybody, but you know, we've been around for about 53 years now, and we hope to be around for another 50 years, being part of the Midtown community. So I know we want to thank everybody for being here, and Janine and Amy particularly too has worked with our program to help a lot of the newer teachers and help them in developing their careers in early childhood.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan, of course.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg. Thank you, Janine and everyone. This is personal to me. My mom ran a early childhood development daycare out of our house growing up across the street from the elementary school. It was a small town in Oregon, so everybody knew if you couldn't find your child in town, more than likely they snuck into our backyard. And my mom provided snacks to everybody, no matter what. But also thank you, Vice Mayor Guerra, for your leadership on this. This is a majority, as we know, woman-run small business industry. It's the backbone. It helps families survive, single moms survive, single parents survive. It is also the great divide, as I spent 20 years in education, that I would see in kindergarten. The quality of a phenomenal early childhood daycare provider makes a difference for a life. I personally experienced that with my mom. I always said I was her guinea pig on every program she's tried, because she also created the childhood development program with our local high school. So I know that with our majority women-owned business in early childhood development, you don't just take care of the children there, but you think about the future and the connectedness of everything. And so thank you, Vice Mayor Guerra, for highlighting this, because this is so important. This is really the fabric of how we create equity in our economy, with making sure that childcare is affordable, but we're also paying our providers what they're worth, because some of the times they're the lowest paid. But I can tell you, my two girls who went to a child care provider still ask if we can run into their teachers, and they're like in 1st and 4th grade now. So what you do does make a difference, but thank you, because this is definitely personal to me. I appreciate it.
Valenzuela.
Yeah, thank you. I will carry over. I don't have children. I have 4 children. They also go to daycare, very different group of work. But I will say that I just wanted to echo what my colleague said, Councilmember Kaplan, because I think there was a lot of work done around organizing of childcare providers and childcare workers so that we could increase the standard of work and living for everybody across the board. I think it's such an important field of work deserves to be paid well, right? And we want everybody in the field to be sustainable and to be okay. And I really want to especially recognize SEIU 2015 and UDW, but I know others as well who were instrumental in the statewide advocacy pushes, not just for those standards, but for the funding and for the resources to ensure that this is a sustainable industry because we take care of everybody so that you all can take care of our kids. So thank you so much for being here today. And thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this resolution forward.
That's terrific.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if we'll take a quick photo here. And lastly, I forgot, we did a study, and I do want to thank Los Rios, Collison Valley Vision. And one of the things that identified is the pathway out of poverty for many folks who looked at early learning as a way out there. And the grand majority are women, and the grand majority are also women of color who are looking for an opportunity. So with that, thank you very much. Let's go take a quick photo here. And Mayor, if you'll join us down there. Appreciate all your contributions.
That's right. I can spend it all for you right now.
Great. Thank you to all our presenters. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and move on to our first item of business on the agenda here. Madam Clerk, consent calendar. Do we have members of the public signed up to speak?
Vice Mayor, I have one hand raised online. I have no one in chambers to speak on the consent calendar. Barry Boyd. Mr. Boyd, if you'll unmute on the consent calendar.
My apologies. I hit the button by mistake. I did not want to raise my hand. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No comments?
I do have one in chambers on item number 4, JP Hanna.
JP Hanna for...
JP Hanna, did you want to speak on item number 4? I am not seeing movement.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no response from the submission. Members of the council, or anyone signed up, anyone have comments on the consent calendar? If not, I'll seek it's been... Of the consent calendar. It's been moved. It's been properly moved by Councilmember Kaplan, properly seconded by Councilmember Jennings. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, consent calendar passes. Madam Clerk, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda.
So Vice Mayor, item 9 is a public hearing, Dry Creek Estates subdivision.
Good afternoon, or good evening now.
Good evening. Good evening, Vice Mayor Guerra, members of the City Council. My name is Jose Quintanilla, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. This item is P20-040, Dry Creek Estates subdivision, which is a request to subdivide 2 parcels measuring 29.56 gross acres into 135 residential lots and additional lots for private streets and open space. This project requires the following entitlements: a rezone of 2 parcels from agriculture to single unit or duplex dwelling, R1A zone, a tentative subdivision map with deviations to non-standard residential street sections, site plan and design review for review of the map, and a tree permit to remove 1 protected city tree. There is no construction proposed with this project request. This project is before the City Council tonight, as rezones require approval from the City Council. The Planning and Design Commission forwarded a recommendation of approval to the Council at the April 13, 2023 meeting. Some key points about this project and the subject site. The site is bifurcated by undevelopable seasonal wetlands, which split the site into a northern and southern half. The subdivision has been designed to engage with the surrounding community by minimizing the number of lots which back onto the adjacent bike trail, the seasonal wetlands, the public right-of-way, and any other open space. Pedestrian connections will be provided across the wetlands to link both halves of the development. The project also completes Main Avenue to Rio Linda Boulevard. Several connections to the bike trail are proposed, and a private park is proposed at the corner of Rio Linda and Main. Staff recommends approval as condition, as the requested rezone is consistent with the current general plan designation of suburban neighborhood low density. The project develops an underutilized site and provides much-needed housing in this area and in the city. That concludes my presentation. Staff and the applicant team are here should you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Quintanilla. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this item?
Vice Mayor, I have no speakers on this item.
Let me bring this back to the council. Councilmember Laloe on the public hearing here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm very familiar with this project. We finally got it here. I think it's been a little bit over a year, but a great project. And I want to thank the developer for the amount of time that you spent with the community on every time they called to have a meeting and they wanted something to be adjusted. And you actually went and listened out and tried to figure out how we can make it so the community would be very supportive of this project. So great project. If there's no public comment, I'd like to
Councilmember Laloe, we do have 1 person signed up online that we
I'm
did
sorry.
not see. So we'll open the public hearing, but we'll take this first item. Madam Clerk.
Diana, public comment on item 9.
Thank you, Council. My name is Diana, and I'm speaking on behalf of the RPCA. We want to thank developer Aiden and city staff, Jose and Garrett, for all their hard work, particularly the developers, consideration of the semi-rural nature of the area, and continuous work with the community. Assisting in the management of the water providing a wetland and green spaces within the development should be a good enhancement to the area. Hopefully, it can be an example of type of reasonable transition within Robles' various communities, demonstrating how its rural and semi-rural communities coexist, contribute, and characterize Robles' uniqueness. The community wants to ensure council understands this uniqueness and therefore also understands that even though the community supports this development, it does not support continuous rezoning of agricultural land. We appreciate Aiden's and staff's additional considerations and amendments made concerning the following: that it needs to be clear that this development does not define Robla, but will enhance it and help it to shine. That there needs to be clear separation of the estates and the public bike trail, particularly since the estates will result in cars parked close to the trail. The bike trail is for the general public, and assurances need to be made that it is not perceived to belong to the estates. Therefore, there are no other areas along the trail that take away from its openness. This could be aided first by not creating streets along the trail, secondly by berming, hopefully with low-maintenance native evergreen vegetation. Thank you for including means of addressing these concerns. We hope that houses still set to face the bike trail are conditioned as well. Thanks again.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowy, would you close the public hearing and move the item?
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing has been closed and the item's been moved. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Councilmember Maple. Any further discussion from the council? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Measure passes. Mr. Mayor.
The next item is item 10, add Delta Shores to the list of enumerated facilities governed by Sacramento City Code, section 10.42.010.
Good evening. I'm Dan Monk. I'm your South Area Captain, and I'm here tonight to ask for some help with sideshows in our city. As you're all aware, sideshows are very problematic for us. During my time as a South Area Captain, I have seen several sideshows that started at Delta Shores. That property is very popular as a meetup spot, as it's freeway close and has a very large parking lot. We have seen as many as 200 to 300 vehicles show up for these events. In 2006, the council enacted an ordinance that allowed the enforcement of some California Vehicle Code provisions in designated privately owned parking lots. One of the central purposes behind the 2006 ordinance was to allow our department to conduct enforcement action at sideshows prior to the events becoming dangerous or violent. At that time, Arden Fair Mall and the Arden Corridor were popular places for sideshow activity. The passing of that ordinance, in addition to other measures, significantly reduced the sideshow activity there. Tonight, I'm asking the council amend the 2006 ordinance and add Delta Shores to the list of those properties so we can have additional tools to try and prevent sideshow activity there. Thank you for your time.
Captain Monk, thank you. So what will this do? What will this enable you to do?
So it will enact a very, very small section of the vehicle code that will allow us to enforce on that property. You know, currently we have the ability to enforce very large, significant events like DUIs or hit and run, or if somebody's driving on an unlicensed or expired expired driver's license. This section will give us additional tools to try and prevent some of the behavior before it occurs. One of them is unsafe speed. Currently, there is no posted speed limit at Delta Shores, and passing this would make it 15 miles an hour. Another popular one is this section requires license plates. You know, we often see individuals engaged in the sideshows will remove their license plates because they know that they're going to be on camera, and it allows us or prevents us from taking action after the fact. So those are just a couple of examples of what we would use the section for.
Okay, it's very helpful. Let's hear from the members here. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. First, I like to open the hearing and definitely want to make sure if we get any public comments on this. But I do want to take this time to thank Captain Monk, Lieutenant Galliano, and also our city attorney staff, Kate, just for their hard work. You know, over the past year, we've seen an increase in dangerous sideshows, like dangerous donuts, from stopping traffic and actually harming residents. Some of these sideshows actually have resulted not just in public property, which public property is important, but that's not the issue here. The issue here is that many of these sideshows has actually ended up in vehicle collisions and bodily harm to to residents actually walking down the street or trying to get home. This occurred multiple times in my neighborhood on Amherst and Meadowview. Y'all probably have seen some of the news of the family trying to get through, but this is has been happening in the Bay Area a lot, and it's now in Sacramento. It's not just in South Sacramento, but also happening in the Pocket area throughout our city. And I just think it's really important that we just have tools as a city to prevent these dangerous sideshows from occurring. And so I'm in full support of this and really hoping that my colleagues would support this as well. So with that, I'll open the public hearing.
Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg. I am in full support of this, and I want to second this motion. But I just want to say before, Delta Shores was in my district before the redistricting, and we saw the sideshows come in. We saw the danger to those who went there to shop. We also saw business drop off because of the sideshows, and many people didn't feel safe in going to the shopping center. I think this is a very valuable tool that we are now proposing, one that will give us the tools to prevent sideshows, the tools to be able to address those who are using their cars in ways that are harmful to others. It'll give us the tools to be able to deal with those who take their license plates off on purpose so that you cannot track their car. It'll also, I think, give us the tools to be able to take a car in so that it costs you in order to get it out. And for those who spend thousands of dollars on their cars, when you take their car from them and make them pay to get it back, it's something that I hope will deter behavior. So I'm in full support, and I want to second the motion from my colleague, Councilmember Vang.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Mayor Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't, if it wasn't moved, because I think the public hearing is still open. I think, yeah, we still have, and we have a member of the public signed up to speak. But you know, I'm proud to move it or second it, whatever the case here. But I'd like to make sure that as we move this item, that we provide some direction also to the city attorney and also the city manager to come back with other tools to look at how we address this in other parts of the city. Now, this allows us to use this in a particular area of the city. It's very finely crafted, and I think it's appropriate to move forward, particularly because of how that shopping area has been used. You know, as we are encouraging more folks to look at active transportation, to look at cycling, to look at walking, I know I've seen it in my council district where they've used the parkways as a speedway, and being able to make sure that both the city manager and the city attorney come back with other tools that help us address this type of activity. So I'm in support of this. I know Councilmember Vang and Councilmember Jennings and I are planning on hosting a town hall in the south area to address it. And I do want to thank the joint effort that both our city police department, along with CHP and county sheriff, have been looking at this when these sideshows have been occurring in multi-jurisdictions. And so I appreciate their investigatory work in that effort, but I feel we still have other tools. I also want to make sure that it's noted that this fits in line with our Vision Zero strategy. I mean, we can engineer the aspects, and we're making decisions on infrastructure. And today we talked about, and we talked about seeking federal dollars for safe streets and active streets. But we have to make sure that we have the enforcement aspect of it too. And the last piece, which is incumbent upon all of us, is talking about the cultural change. It is not okay to put community members, kids at risk by driving recklessly when you've seen these vehicles hit someone in front of a library on Stockton Boulevard, when they've done it in an area where you're going to have other schools and other kids involved. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that's the only direction with whoever makes the motion. If not, I'll make the motion after the public hearing is closed.
Thank you. I think was the motion already made? We have to close it first and then after the public comment. I apologize. Okay, Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues who have already spoken on this. It is a citywide issue that we need to address. Specifically, like in my area, we have a lot of new development, which you have some houses, but a lot of open streets. And it's a lot of what I'm hearing from my constituents and community members. And not to mention, Councilmember Talamontes and I splitting Natomas. There's a section in the middle of our city that's owned by the county where a lot of sideshows happen. So I know this is something that we need to work not just for the city of Sacramento, but there needs to be an agreement between the city and county with our sheriff's office so that there is consistency and how we're handling all of this, because I applaud our public safety officers. I know you guys are doing what you can, but it's a very dangerous situation even for them to infiltrate and go into, but it's making our communities dangerous and even our streets happening in front of our schools, and there's been significant injuries. So I am very supportive of this, and then I want to echo what my colleague Vice Mayor Guerra said. I would like our city attorney and others, as we work this out, whether we need to, a couple of us pull people together and have a meeting to figure out exactly how can we be consistent, how can we address this, because this is a public safety issue as well as safe communities so that we can enjoy our neighborhoods and our sidewalks for what they were meant to be, and handle this in a more aggressive manner. I don't know what that is. I don't have the answer, but I think all of us pulling our heads together and hearing what we can do legally and pushing the envelope in that, I think needs to be one of our next order of businesses of how we move quickly on that.
Councilmember Talamontes.
I'm also in full support of this, and I know my colleagues in the South are having a joint town hall, and I think our or we over here in the north are going to have to do the same, just because it is a citywide issue, and we do need the help of our city attorney, our city manager, our police department, our neighbors, to continue reporting it. We often hear, like, I reported to 311, nothing's being done. But I'm looking at this section 10.42.010, and I'm looking at all the specific streets that are outlined here that are going to help us to help address this issue. And it's just so specific, and that's because of the data and because of the calls and the tracking that you and the department are doing. So to all the residents out there, just continue reporting it to the city of Sacramento. The more data that we collect, the more information we have, the better utilized we're going to be as a city to help address this problem. So you have our full support, and anything else you need, please let us know.
Thank you. Councilmember Jennings?
Yeah, after hearing my colleagues, I think it's incumbent upon the council to prioritize a workshop on this issue because it is a citywide issue. And I think what's stopping us now from having a conversation is we don't want to violate the Brown Act. And so we are not having the conversation the way we should be having the conversation because we cannot. And so my recommendation, in addition to the comments as far as looking into the legal issues, is to schedule a workshop for the entire council to be able to have this discussion, find out the magnitude of the problem throughout the entire city, find out the locations where the problems are, and then it'll help us to develop an action plan where we can also include our state senator and our assembly member as far as some of the state laws that have to be changed in order to truly impact change.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I know city manager and I will take it upon ourselves to work together with all of you to schedule that workshop, okay? Where we can have an open-ended conversation about all the options, the underlying issues, and how to have a comprehensive strategy to stop this, or at least do our very best to stop it. Okay, so we do have one member of the public. Let's hear from the public so that the proper motion can be made, and then we will vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 hands raised. The first is T. Holland.
Hi, I am the property manager for Delta Shores. I work on behalf of the landlord, and I just want to thank everybody for their full support that's spoken today. This has become an issue in our short time of ownership of the property. We purchased the property in July and have had multiple counts of sideshows recorded since. By enforcing this, it will help us to further keep the tenants and customers of the shopping center safe. We get numerous calls daily about how customers and employees do not feel safe in certain times of the day. And we have an astronomical budget for security purposes. We have video monitoring, recording, license plate detection. But like Officer Monk said, if we cannot see their license plates, we have no repercussions for it. So I would really appreciate, and I very much thank all of your guys' support. And as this does seem to be a larger issue citywide, I hope that we can start making changes across the board. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Michael Snell.
Greetings, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, yes, I'm kind of coming in late, but just wanted to chime in on this subject, as this is a huge cultural thing. I'm in the car community, but of course I do not support whatsoever, the illegal car sideshows that, spectators, they get injured, and even just unforeseen folks are trying to travel home or wherever they're trying to get caught up in this stuff. So for sure, this is a huge issue. But a lot of the talk is just on, how we shut it down. Can we, kind of also open up, focus on, what are some solutions? Because obviously this isn't drugs. This is, an actual car community of folks that are actually looking for somewhere to do this. But obviously we have limited, spaces, for people to kind of enjoy the car enthusiast community. I'm a part of Corvette communities and everything. We like to meet in certain mornings out of town, in town, and so for the folks, that, a lot of these folks that would be subject to enforcement, they'll lose their cars. They pretty much don't have much money to begin with, and from my observation. But this is an opportunity for the city. Obviously, with budget issues coming up ahead, this is another opportunity where we can collaborate with local racetracks or find other spaces that aren't occupied and try to create event space and make this a positive thing. And therefore this helps balance the enforcement. And that's just my suggestion. I would just like to hear further thoughts and further discussion on that. I appreciate the idea of town halls to have an open-ended discussion. And I hope that this comes up as well as how we can find a way to just find, like I said, this can be a positive thing for young kids to stay activated in something positive other than gangs and other things, and become mechanics or some specialty within the car and automotive industry. But if we just go to only shutting down and not giving any other solutions and alternatives to express that, then we're kind of shortchanging our citizens. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
So, Mr. Snell, I just want to say I think it's a really good point, and that's why I think Councilmember Jennings put forward the idea he put forward, which is let's have a comprehensive workshop, not tied to any one particular solution. Tonight's one step, but to talk about this broadly, right, including what we can do to try to divert some of this activity to something more productive. So, point well taken, sir. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Barry Boyd.
Thank you, and good afternoon. And quickly, I do 100% support Captain Monk's everything and anything that Captain Monk is doing and what the city of Sacramento can do. And any participation from the county of Sacramento would be well appreciated. I have been working with Captain Monk on this issue, as quite a number of other individuals in both South Sacramento, Meadowview specifically. Quick plug here, Captain Monk, they're at it again, and it's getting more intensive over the last 10 days, particularly in Meadowview, south of Meadowview Road. But with that said, these finding a space for these individuals that think this is some kind of cool, certainly a wide open area that would be regulated. Of course, nobody standing near them, no other vehicles, and if, nobody hanging out the vehicle. If they just want to sit there and spin donuts and take a chance of tearing up their car, that's on them. To the point the last caller made in regards to a lot of these individuals who participate in the sideshows don't have a lot of money to begin with. To that, either they're using their parents' car and or if they're using their own vehicle, well, they have the money for that vehicle, and the thought of having your vehicle towed away and having to pay some exorbitant amount of money to get it back maybe will circumvent a lot of these individuals from participating. My notion, make the fees as outlandish as possible to where if your car is towed, if you're just not going to get it back because of the cost to get that car back. And nothing trumps safety. And these individuals who do this idioticness, my opinion of it being idiotic, should pay the piper for such actions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, I have no more speakers.
Thank you. Thank you to all the callers. So now let's make the appropriate motion, maybe.
Yeah, so Mayor, I'll make a motion to move this item with the direction that our city attorney and our city manager with city staff come back with the workshop. I definitely want to take this opportunity to say thank you to both all the three callers that called in, and I think really important points that we want to make sure we take a comprehensive approach. I mean, the last thing we want to do is pass anything that has unintended consequences, and so what we want to do is have as many tools in our toolbox, but do it in a way that's comprehensive, that really could uplift all of our communities. So without, the direction is to pass this, but to come back with the workshop. And also, we are holding a town hall, the three of us, Vice Mayor Guerra, Councilmember Jennings, and I, and really looking forward to working with the community, those that call in, on coming up with collaborative solutions where it's not just punitive, but how can we also create safe spaces for folks in the car industry, right? That's really important as well. But I think we can do this together as a community. So really looking forward to that.
You close the public
hearing. And I will close the public hearing. And again, thank you so much, Captain, and our city attorney staff, Kate, and the Lieutenant Galliano as well. Just thank you so much for your hard work.
I will second that motion.
There's a second. All right. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed, abstained. Passes unanimously. Thank you. First step, an important first step. All right, members and members of the public, we now get to the 2023-2024 proposed budget. The Council's Budget and Fiscal Committee heard this presentation this morning, but now this is for the full council. And I'm going to ask the city manager to begin presenting. I know that I want to make just some opening comments after the presentation. I would ask that maybe you take items 11 through 13 together in terms of presentation, so we can do that all at once. Then we'll hear from the public on any of those three items, and then we'll turn it over to the council for discussion. There is no decision tonight. This is the opening hearing of the budget process, and I'll turn it over to our city manager.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Howard Chan, your city manager, and it does feel kind of deja vu. It's like we did this presentation a little while ago. But we're going to go through the presentation we provided for the Budget and Audit Committee earlier today, for the full council and for the public to hear. I'm pleased to be here today to present the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. The proposed budget totals $1.5 billion for operations and capital projects, and is balanced per our charter. As an aside, this is my 7th budget presented to the council here, and I got to tell you, I'm very pleased that we have one of the themes that we're going to be talking about here is supporting our employees and valuing our workforce through the negotiations that we're going through. But I first want to thank all the city staff that worked really hard to bring this budget before you, and all the analysis and all the data crunching to get us to a place where we can present this to you tonight. I especially want to thank Murthala Santizo, our budget manager, and her team. They came in a little while ago. It's a small but mighty team in the second row here. They've just done a yeoman's job in getting this put together for us. So thank you. We're now just coming out of the pandemic, and overall, we have fared very well. The city was extraordinarily fortunate to receive a lot of federal aid during the pandemic in the form of the Coronavirus Relief Fund and the American Rescue Plan Act dollars, totaling over $200 million. And as the mayor mentioned earlier at the Budget and Audit, that doesn't include all the state funding we got for homelessness, and that's HAP and HEAP, and we will hopefully continue to get. Revenues have returned to pre-pandemic levels in most areas, but as you'll hear from our budget staff in a little bit, that growth is slowing while other costs continue to rise. This will continue to challenge our capacity to deliver programs and services in the future, and this is directly related to inflation and interest rate hikes that we've seen over the last several months. In addition, as I mentioned earlier, all of our labor agreements are expiring this calendar year, and as I've stated previously, and this council has wholeheartedly supported, we need to clearly demonstrate that we value our employees who are responsible for delivering the vital services our residents rely upon. In addition, valuing our employees and bolstering our core services will also help the city address the ongoing, very real issues we have with recruitment and retention. Last but not least, we continue to implement the city and county partnership agreement born out of Measure O in efforts to ensure that our unhoused residents will have access to shelters and services. Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you too for helping shepherd that through and getting that across the finish line, because it was a huge lift over many meetings, and I'd be remiss if I didn't also recognize my day in, day out partner in our city attorney, Susanna Alcala-Wood, and Mario Lara in my shop that really did a lot of the legwork to get this to a place where the city and county had a meeting of the minds on this. So I look forward to continuing our work with the council, our county partners, and the community to tackle this very complex issue. So with that said, there's a lot to cover today and in the weeks ahead as we bring this proposed budget to the council for final approval. I think the date was June 13th. So I'll turn this over to Murthala now, who will continue with the overview and presentation, and we have all of our city staff here to answer questions should you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Mirthala Santizo, Budget Manager, and I'll walk you through the fiscal year 24 proposed budget. The proposed operating and capital budget was released on May 1st and is available on our city's website. This is an overview of what we'll be covering this evening, which includes a summary of the total budget, details on general fund and Measure U funds, the forecast, enterprise funds, and future challenges. There's a companion report submitted with the proposed budget that contains fiscal year 23 recommended budgetary and administrative adjustments. Some of these adjustments are included in the fiscal year 24 budget, so any changes would require a modification to the budget. Finally, I'll go over the consolidated report that includes augmentations from all departments except fire, police, and youth parks and community enrichment. As Howard mentioned, our city's budget totals $1.5 billion, and approximately half of it is general fund Measure U, with a budget of $757 million for operations and $14 million for capital. The enterprise budget is $402 million, and all other funds total $294 million. Our proposed budget represents a recovery and right-sizing budget, meaning that many of the augmentations were tied to operational changes due to the pandemic or economy. Most department augmentations were either covered with increased department revenues or expenditure offsets or reductions. And all augmentations support council's priorities and initiatives and or regulatory requirements. For general fund Measure U expenditures, there are a few contributing factors to the increases over fiscal year 23's budget. Labor increased by $22.4 million, or by approximately 4%. While this is not a comprehensive list of changes, the increase includes approximately $18 million in wages, $9 million in pension, $1 million in SCRS, and $1 million in health costs. There were other increases and decreases that contributed to the final amount. We continue to see increases in general and auto liability. Large liability losses are one of the drivers. The budget includes a $5.3 million increase, which is approximately 18% over fiscal year 23. One of the largest augmentations that we see in the budget is for the Children's Fund at $8.8 million. The overall total for augmentations is $8 million, which is partially due to the recovery in department revenues over the last year. As I mentioned earlier, many department augmentations were either covered with increased department revenues or expenditure offsets or reductions. Moving on to general fund Measure U revenues. As the city continues to recover from the pandemic, many revenue streams have recovered. While it's great that the city has for the most part recovered, what we're now seeing is a slowdown in growth due to the high interest and inflation rates. This is reflected in our forecast growth assumptions, which you can see in the chart. Property tax has the largest increase at 8.4%, but is forecasted to grow at an average of 2.5% annually thereafter. For the sales and Measure U taxes, there is a decrease of 0.1% and 3.3% thereafter. Higher inflation has caused prices to increase, which has decreased households' ability to purchase discretionary goods. Cannabis BOT also saw a decrease at 6.9%, and it will remain flat in the forecast until we receive more data. And finally, utility user tax has an increase of 3.8% and is 0.5% thereafter. An increase in electricity rates earlier this calendar year is what's driving the fiscal year 24 increase. There are a few revenue challenges for fiscal year 24. High interest and inflation rates continue to affect the revenues, and also the parking fund revenues continue to remain below pre-pandemic levels due to the decrease in off-street parking. Okay, I will present two general fund Measure U forecasts. The first one is shown without homeless services, and the second one includes it. This will allow for council to see what the ending fund balance looks like with both scenarios. The revenues and expenditures in the forecast includes the fiscal year 24 proposed budget and updated growth percents. In fiscal year 24, we're projecting that revenue will be higher than expenditures. However, from 25 forward, expenditures will outpace revenues, which can be seen in the surplus deficit row. This will be something that finance will track closely and update when we get better data. In the other sources and uses section, we have a reserve of $10 million from fiscal year 21 year-end resources. We have also included a proposed $20.5 million reserve from fiscal year 23 year-end resources and $3 million for the impact fee waiver program for fiscal year 25 forward. I will talk a little bit more about those items later in the presentation. And then finally, the approval of Measure L is included at $8.8 million. It is forecasted at $8.8 million until fiscal year 28 due to cannabis BOT revenue forecast remaining flat. This will be another part of the forecast that we'll update once we get better data. So our projected fiscal year 24 ending fund balance without homeless services is about $2.2 million. In this forecast, we are not projecting to go into deficit until fiscal year 26. There are several costs that are not included in the forecast. As the city manager mentioned, all 11 of our labor contracts will end this calendar year. Until we know what that cost impact will be, it is not included in the forecast. Also, the passage of the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation at the California Air Resource Board will have a financial impact. We do not have an estimate on what it would take to transition from purchasing fuel-powered vehicles to zero-emission vehicles, and also the necessary infrastructure to support them. So this forecast that you see before you is the same one that was just up, but it includes homeless services, which is included in that red box. We've only included resources that are known at this time, which almost covers the entire cost for fiscal 24. So until we get an award letter from the state about additional HAP funding or other sources of funding, the future fiscal years shows a significant gap. So a few things to note about fiscal year 24's funding for homeless services is that about $20 million is from HAP funding, and aside from the city's ongoing $11 million, the remaining $10 million is one-time. So this is something that we'll need to be aware of in future fiscal years. With homeless services added, our projected fiscal year 24 ending fund balance is about $1.1 million, and we're projected to go into deficit starting in fiscal year 25. The following chart provides details on contracts that make up the homeless services costs in our forecast. While the budget includes the funding necessary for each contract through June 30th, 2024, the dates presented are when the current contracts expire. The parking fund continues to have the most difficulty returning back to pre-pandemic levels. In the 5-year forecast, revenues continue to be below pre-pandemic levels. This will continue to be the case if parking garages continue to be partially used. In order to help the parking fund in fiscal year 24, we are proposing an allocation of $633,000 in fiscal year 23 to help the fund meet their debt obligations in fiscal year 24. I will discuss the $633,000 in more detail later in the presentation. And our other enterprise funds are either balanced or have a fund balance to cover their fiscal year 24 needs. Okay. So aside from the challenges that we're seeing in the parking fund, we still have the same challenges that have been consistent in prior fiscal years. Pension costs are expected to increase by about 18% over the next 4 years, which is about $24 million. General and auto liability is expected to increase by about 50% over the next 4 years, which is about $18.5 million. And then, of course, as mentioned earlier, we have the slowdown of the economy, and then there's the future costs for labor contracts and the passage of the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation that will also have a financial impact. Okay. So I'm going to go directly into item 12 of the agenda, which is the companion report to the fiscal year 24 budget. These are recommended budget adjustments and administrative authority requests that will allow the city to complete fiscal year 23 and ensure that the fiscal year 24 proposed budget is balanced. Staff recommends committing $20.5 million of fiscal year 23's general fund Measure U year-end resources to assist with the operating deficit in fiscal year 25. Of the $20.5 million, $17.6 million will come from fiscal year 22 year-end resources, and the remainder will come from a recommended $2.9 million citywide revenue adjustments that you see in the chart. We are also recommending an adjustment of $650,000 in revenues for the city treasurer's office. Due to the effects of the pandemic, Council approved $12.3 million in fiscal year 22 general fund monies to support the Community Center Fund, the Sacramento Tourism Infrastructure District Fund, and the Parking Fund. These monies will help the funds meet their required debt service obligations. After a review of the fund conditions this year, it was determined that $7.1 million for the Community Center Fund and STID Fund was no longer needed. So staff makes a recommendation that the funds be reprioritized to the following projects listed below. $3.5 million for the citywide litigation project, $3 million for the impact fee waiver program, which will help them with which will cover their fiscal year 24 costs, and the $633,000 that I mentioned earlier to help the parking fund meet their debt service obligations, and that will be also for their fiscal year 24 budget. We're also recommending the following administrative authority: creating the multi-year operating project, or MYOP, for the Children's Fund to appropriate fiscal year 24 funding, and resetting the city manager's authority for sections 5.4 and 13.9 of the fiscal year 23 approved budget reso. This will allow the city manager to provide additional fiscal year 23 admin authority funding for the citywide strategic plan MYOP, and this is to help human resources with labor negotiations. Okay, so we're almost to the end. This is the last part of the presentation, which is the proposed consolidated report for departments. In just a short overview, we will go over all the augmentations for the departments that you see above. This is given in lieu of departments conducting their own individual presentations. This does not include fire, police, and youth, parks, and community enrichment. They will conduct their own presentations on May 16th. Okay, as mentioned earlier, this is considered a recovery and right-sizing budget, meaning that many of the augmentations were tied to operational changes due to the pandemic or economy. The total general fund Measure U augmentations for all departments is $8 million, and it includes an addition of 51.38 FTEs. The largest augmentation that you'll see in the chart is $9.8 million for citywide support. This includes funding of $8.8 million for Measure L, $500,000 for continued tourism to support Visit Sacramento, $527,000 for the Sacramento Utility Rate Assistance Program due to the policy changes that was approved by council earlier this year. IT's augmentation totals $976,000. This includes adding a total of 5 positions and conducting a number of position add deletes for ongoing and expanded IT support. IT is enhancing the constituent relationship management system, which supports 311, and implementing a new program called iProTech eDiscovery and case management tool for the city attorney's office and the city clerk's office. Although it's not shown in the chart above, $1 million for the constituent relationship management system is added to their capital budget. Community development's augmentation total $946,000. CDD is adding 4 positions, including 2 animal control officers to improve response times to service calls, a program specialist to support the hearings and appeals section, and a development service technician for the planning division. CDD is also conducting several position add deletes, and due to the pandemic, they have a decrease to their revenue budget. $450,000 was added to mayor and council's budget to provide resources to address neighborhood, community, and business needs. And $237,000 was added to the city attorney's budget to support increases to operational costs. Finance is adding 2 FTEs, which includes 1 senior development project manager and 1 administrative analyst. Finance is also conducting various position add deletes, and all new positions are cost neutral. The city treasurer's office is increasing their Pool A revenues by $600,000 based on historical revenues received. Public Works is increasing their parking revenues by $950,000 and conducting various position add deletes. And then finally, the city clerk's office, city manager's office, and human resources are all adding positions that are being covered by deletions of existing positions, or they're decreasing their supplies and services budget. So moving on to other funds, I want to read into the record that the other funds table in the proposed budget report and the budget book had a few errors. While the total amount in the other funds table in the report and book is correct, the amounts in FTEs for utilities were mixed up between several funds. The table that you see before you is correct, and we'll make that change in the budget book. So just to go down each of the departments and funds, the city manager's office will add 2 positions to the nighttime economy division, the economic development manager and an admin analyst. This will make the current economic development manager position a permanent budget position and add a new analyst to support the division. The cost at $571,000 will be funded by the Innovation and Growth Fund. The Convention and Cultural Services budget has increased by $1.6 million, which includes $593,000 from the Community Center Fund and $1 million from the Innovation and Growth Fund. So under the Community Center Fund, an administrative assistant was deleted and an assistant director was added to oversee department operations. A number of add deletes for event support at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center resulted in a reduction of 4 positions, which created a savings to the Community Center Fund. And then finally, the Creative Edge multi-year operating project was increased by an additional $1.5 million to support the expansion of 3 grant programs, which includes Sacramento Film and Media, Neighborhoods and Districts, and Cultural Arts. The $1.5 million is funded with the Innovation Growth Fund and the Community Center Fund. Public Works is increasing both the marina and parking funds revenues and expenditures to support operations. They're also converting a part-time senior parking lot attendant to full-time, which will be covered with additional revenue. All of utilities, augmentations, and modifications involve position changes. Under the Storm Drainage Fund, utilities added 5 positions that will be covered by the Storm Drainage Capital Improvement Program. The 5 positions include engineers and construction inspectors of various levels. 5 positions funded by the Storm Drainage, Wastewater, and Water funds are being deleted based on organizational needs. A program specialist will be added to support regulatory requirements under the Wastewater Fund. And then finally, utilities will add 5 positions under the Water Fund. This includes 1 admin analyst for the Asset Management Program, 1 public information coordinator to support water conservation outreach, 1 machinist helper to keep up with maintenance, 1 program specialist to conduct administration in the Water Operations and Maintenance Division, and 1 additional position to support security and emergency preparedness and safety programs. So here's what's next for the budget process. On May 16th, we return to council to discuss CIP and citywide fees and charges. Department staff from Fire, Police, and Youth Parks and Community Enrichment will present their budget. And we have another Budget and Audit Committee meeting on May 30th, and we'll return back to council on June 13th for final budget adoption. This concludes my presentation. I'd like to thank the City Manager's Office, my budget team for their dedication and hard work throughout the season, and the departments for being great partners throughout the process. The finance staff and department staff are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Madam Clerk, we have members of the public signed up to speak.
Yes, Vice Mayor, I have 3 speakers. The first one is Monica Ruelas-Mers.
Hello. Sorry. Hello, Mayor and City Council. It's nice to be here in front of you in person. I usually join on Zoom, but it was really nice to have the option to be here in person again. So it's great to meet some of you for the first time and to see some familiar faces. My name is Monica. I'm an organizer with Youth Forward. I'm a Sacramento native of the Meadowview neighborhood, but I currently live in District 4. So I would like to start by expressing my appreciation to the city clerk and the city staff who have begun the implementation process for Measure L. I understand that there's so much work that has to go on behind the scenes, so I really appreciate y'all bringing a lot of attention to this. I would also like to address you, Mayor and Council, directly and ask that you consider the following points as this process continues. So my first point being that voters supported a measure that specifically outlined fund goals that highlight the need for prevention services, preventing and reducing youth homelessness, substance abuse, and supporting youth mental health, as well as healthy development of kids 0 to 5. So please remember to honor these as we continue on this implementation process. My second point is that you all can ensure that youth voices are a part of this process by, one, appointing a young person to this Planning and Oversight Commission, and also asking direct and specific questions as to how this commission can work collaboratively with the Sacramento Youth Commission. We can do right by our young people if we utilize what we know from history, research, and analysis to create a plan that is intentional. I want to believe that we all have a shared interest in making sure the Children's Fund is used to maximize the city's positive impact on young people. And I really look forward to collaborating with the city staff, Youth Forward and City, in the near future to make this possible. So thank you for listening to my comments, and please take them into consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is call-in user 1.
Hello, yes, this is Lambert Davis, and as I listened to this presentation, I noticed a couple of things that should be, hopefully the city attorney is listening. There's some concerns of mine. You know, I heard them mention about employees receiving raises and pensions. I don't think a city employee should receive any raises if they work remotely. I mean, where's your cost at if you get to stay home? The only one who should receive raises is Minty Cuppy, because she was in the chamber and still in the chamber during the pandemic. So I'm against city employees receiving raises when they work from home. And the other thing is, I've been studying some reports that some employees are working remotely in other states, and they should be terminated for that. If they earn a check from the city of Sacramento, they should be living wherever they were living at before they went remotely. That's taking advantage of COVID. And the other thing is, I was hearing about parking has gone down. Well, if city employees are required to return back to work like Minty Cuppy, then they'll have to pay those parking fees and everything that goes with it. And I also thought I heard something about liability, general and auto liability. Where's your liability if you don't have to drive to work? So no, I'm against abuse because of COVID. And there's a lot of abuse going on down there in City Hall by not coming to work. And I'd like to find out from the city attorney, what's the law if somebody's caught working remotely in another state and getting a check?
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Dao Vang.
Hi, hello. Hopefully you all can hear me, but good evening, Mayor Steinberg, Mayor Pro Tem Vang, and also members of the Sacramento City Council. My name is Dao, and I'm the field organizer with Hmong Innovating Politics. I also live in District 3 as well, too. Just wanted to speak to express my strong support for the City Council to stay on course in regards to the implementation of the Children's Fund and also the creation of the Oversight Commission as well. I also urge the organization of a joint meeting to take place where community members and city staff can collaborate, ensuring the inclusion of youth and community voices throughout the process. The Children's Fund has the potential to positively impact our city's children and families. Establishing that Oversight Commission will ensure transparent and accountable governance, enhancing the fund's effectiveness. Additionally, a joint meeting will foster collaboration, allowing genuine inclusion of youth and community perspectives. I encourage the city to adopt inclusive practices, providing multiple participation platforms, and ensuring accessibility and engaging youth organization and community leaders. By involving diverse voices, we can create an equitable and responsive Children's Fund that addresses the needs of the most vulnerable communities. Thank you for your time. I urge you to stay committed to the Children's Fund implementation, the Oversight Commission creation, and also the organization of a joint meeting, hoping to take place pretty soon. I think together we can create a stronger, more vibrant community for our city's children. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Kay Crum.
Hi, good evening, City Council. My name is Kay Crum, and I live in District 6. And I want to say first, thank you to the budget team so much for this clear breakdown. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure all of Sacramento does too. So based on the budget, the city is obligated to maintain that fiscally sustainable and balanced budget. And I think that shows a really high degree of leadership, and I absolutely love that. And then the slides showed us what we felt with the pandemic. The pandemic hit the city's pocketbook really hard, and we lost a lot of money from parking fees. And according to this budget, things got bad enough that we even had to stabilize the parking funds with using some of our general fund from 21-22. And if I just heard right, there was another ask for one-time funds for this year or the upcoming year. So parking fees have kind of turned out to be slow to bounce back, which leads me to a couple of questions. How does the city plan on moving towards a more resilient funding system or funding streams? Because it's difficult to plan if you don't know how much you're about to make. And next, what is the emphasis on, or how is the emphasis on parking fees over the past years influenced the city's choices in making equitable, walkable neighborhoods? And it still sounds like we rely on parking fees, so how does that impact the decisions for future neighborhoods? I know that there's no easy answers, but right now I'm confused, I'm concerned, and I don't have answers either. So I was hoping this would be something to chew on, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our final speaker is Michael Snell. Michael Snell,
Can you hear me?
we can.
Hi, yes. Greetings again, Mayor and Council. As we know, the economy, we're seeing a downturn in everything, and so I would just like to start off by saying, first of all, I am going through the Creative Business Challenge, hosted by the Arts and Culture Department. So to have that experience and see the value in that, and how that can actually grow creative businesses. As we see, a lot of businesses are closing, didn't make it through COVID, so we have to get creative and find where what's captivating and generating commerce, right? So going forward, if the budget can focus more on the creative space, also the children and development, because that's very important as well. And if there can be any kind of reallocation of funding that has heavy emphasis on that, I feel like that would help carry the city through these hard times, because again, that is what it's going to take. And I can understand I would hope that the budget increase for city employees is just to obviously that's fixed income in general terms. So I would assume that this is just to compensate for inflation. But keep in mind, not everyone else has that. So if there could be, waivers on other fees that people can avoid, because everyone's going to be struggling going forward as more job losses and inflation continues to skyrocket. So just kind of keep that in mind. If there's other ways to reallocate funds that would excite commerce versus punishing the public, I think that'd be a good way to allocate the budget.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, I have no more speakers.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to take the privilege of maybe launching this discussion here, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. First of all, I want to encourage more members of the public to attend, either remotely or in person, the City Council's budget hearings. Now, we have a room full tonight, and we're really happy to see the leadership, much of the leadership of the city of Sacramento sitting here, and a number of members of the community here as well, some to testify about the budget, but we only had, I think, 4 or 5 people signed up. And I just want to say to all of the careholders, because I think that's the proper term now, right? In this community, the leadership, the business community, the labor community, the various CBOs, all the folks who rightfully have strong opinions about this city and some of its policies and what we do and what we don't do. The budget is the most important thing that a city does, that a city council does. It is the value statement for the entire city. And so do not give it a pass. And if you do give it a pass, then when it comes to complaining that XYZ, name it, code enforcement, law enforcement, housing, art and culture is not being funded enough, it's hard to complain after the fact. And it's really, really important, because I sometimes think the civic culture around here, because you're going to hear me say this often, is too much of people who come forward when they have a specific issue or a specific concern or complaint, and they come forward and they come here in numbers and they rile it up. This is the business of your city, and it's $1 billion plus budget, and you ought to take an interest in at least the outlines of this budget. And so, striking to me that, and it's not the only budget season, this happens all the time. We need more, not just community engagement, but leadership engagement in the adoption of this city budget. So that's one thing I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say, I said this afternoon. I said this afternoon to the members of the city leadership team, but I want to repeat it, and I want to, obviously, maybe more people watching at 5 o'clock. And what I'm about to say, to me, is not politics. This is about the challenges and the opportunities of governing and leading modern cities. The role of cities are changing, and it's not just Sacramento. The city's traditional role has been to provide basic services. And that remains the most important thing that a city does. And if we don't do that well, then we can't do anything else. But one of the points of tension, I know, unspoken, some spoken often, is that the city leadership, and really I think it's pretty much across the board, it's not really philosophical or political as much as it's, again, I think the changing nature of modern cities, is that the community is saying to us, we want you to invest as well directly in our communities. We want you to invest directly in young people. We want you to invest in the nonprofit sector. We want you to invest in certainly affordable housing and alleviating homelessness. We want you to invest in building up art and culture, and we want you to invest directly in building a more modern economy that creates and attracts more industries and more jobs. And we want you to invest more in climate. We hear that a lot too, as that is obviously one of the seminal issues of our time. And the tension here at City Hall over these last 6 years, but really it's more than that. It goes back beyond my mayorship. It's really been about the last 15 years or so when you look at it, is that we are in this constant struggle with a limited tax base, although we have more money than we've had before, thanks to Measure U, and the fact that we've managed our budgets very well. Thank you to the staff and to my colleagues for the way we have worked through this. But the tension, and it's a good tension, even if it's sometimes painful, is what is the balance between investing externally in our community in all these categories and investing in building up our city workforce and in our city operations. And so as I said this afternoon, to paraphrase the old biblical proverb, there is a season for everything. And this is the season with $17 million of additional money, and I think there's a consensus here, and maybe more, because we can always find creative ways, and a lot of that will be determined through the course of collective bargaining with our unions, which we not only respect, we uplift and uphold, that our collective commitment in this season is to invest in you and to invest in our city workforce and to invest in making sure that the bones, if you will, of this city and the city government are strong so that we can deliver the services. Now, this is not the end of the creative tension. And the politicians, again, it's not political. This is what big cities now are about. The debate will continue, and together we will struggle and we will find the right balance, but we're going to continue to invest in affordable housing and continue to invest in inclusive economic development and making sure economic development, that we've got real tools so that we can partner with the private sector as we do we do with struggle because the tools are sort of limited, the EIFDs and the other things. We're going to continue to invest externally. And we're going to make sure that we always care for and respect the people who dedicate themselves, you and the people who work for you to the public service. And that's what this season is about. And we're all committed to that. And I want you to hear it. It means we value you. We always have. But now we're going to back it up, at least the best that we can. A couple more comments. On Measure U itself, I know we're going to hear from Chair Dickinson and some of the Measure U folks in another item. Still working with City Finance and Management. It's not quite ready yet, but over the course of the next week, maybe at the next council hearing, I want to present the actual arc of expenditure since the second half of Measure U passed in 2018 to show that we are imperfectly, because it's always imperfect, but attaining a pretty good balance in terms of external investment and investing in our city workforce. On Measure L, Monica, thank you for coming forward. I had a talk with the city manager and the city clerk today, both really working hard and doing the right thing. And I know Mayor Pro Tem Vang, of course, is leading on this issue. But the number one thing we can do to get this process started is to have the city council members appoint members of the advisory commission that's going to guide the expenditures. And Mindy, our city clerk, is doing the right thing by asking some real questions like, how do we make sure that with the city attorney that we're not putting anybody in a conflict of interest position when they're appointed, et cetera. But that work could be done in the next week. Once that work is done, we don't have to come to the full council. We're going to get that out, and I'm just going to urge the members here all publicly. Take care in making your appointment, of course, but make it relatively quickly. Because if we can, by the summertime, have this commission up and running, and then we can start our work, because one of the luxuries, if you will, that we have is that the proponents, well, we actually helped write this with SAC Kids First, but we all decided, and there's pro and con in this, I think overall pro, is that we don't spend any of the money in 23-24, but we have to bank the money. That means July 1 of 2024, we're going to estimate $15, $16, $17 million of additional youth money once our city auditor sets the baseline to be able to invest in Measure L. And in the categories that Monica mentioned, while we work again with the city team and the city manager to address our other youth-related issues like park maintenance and all the other things that we need to do. But we have time. But let's not let time waste. Let's get that commission going, and so they can begin meeting, and so they're not making some last-minute next May set of recommendations. But they're really working at it, and you better believe, they're going to work at it. And SAC Kids First is going to be right there, helping to organize that along with the city council. Okay, last thing for me, climate action. I think, there's a little bit of back and forth between some of the activists in the community and people who really do hard work. And how can you deny that climate is the existential threat of our time? And at the same time, we're a city, right? We don't have billions of dollars. But they're asking us for more. Now, I can defend our record. In fact, I have to KCRA today in light of the so-called report card that they put out. Talk about our groundbreaking electrification ordinance, all the resources we have put in, our percentage of clean fleet vehicles within the city. Long, long list. But you know what? They're right to press us. And whatever our grade is, if it's not an A, it's not good enough. So we need to take whatever steps we can, right, and continue to push. And here's one thing that I'd like to ask the city manager, and we have talked about this. I know that Jennifer Venema's climate team is now within Ryan Moore's shop, right, within Public Works. There is some added value there in terms of broader capacity. I'd like to quantify what that is and specifically to see how that reorganization can add additional hours, time, resources to Jennifer's team and effort. But that's not all. I'd like to use this budget, limited as it is, to add at least one additional FTE, however we can do it, to Ms. Venema's climate team. because there's a lot of work to do. It's not just the climate action plan. You know what I think about? Working with council member, I know Valenzuela is working on this, others are working on this as well, and that is the next transportation measure or housing measure that we might want to take to the ballot in 2024, either with the countywide, or maybe citywide, I don't know. We need internal staff capacity because that ought to be focused on climate, and Jennifer needs more help. She's terrific, as we know, but we need to continue to boost that. We did that last year. We added 1 FTE. Let's add at least another, and then let's add some in-kind, however you want to define it, through the reorganization, and let's really show the community that we're committed to bolstering our internal staff efforts so that we can lead faster and on more initiatives when it comes to climate. All right? Those are my comments. We are going to do right by the city workforce across the bargaining table, and we're going to do our very best to bolster all of the good and hard work that you do. That's what this season is about. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership. Staff, that's an impressive 908 pages of budget. And I know it wasn't just our city management team in audit and budget, but each one of you went through each one of your departments and put something forward from each of the departments and city areas. If you really want to know what we do as a city, that 908 pages is actually a really good read. From what each department does to wanting to understand what we're working on. Look at the capital improvement projects. Look at the back end of those 908 pages. You see, which are called CIPs, where all the projects are and where our city staff, while short-staffed, is working on and doing a lot of projects in our parks and water and infrastructure and saving money for our clean fleet purchase. It is definitely a read and a well-written document. I'm a little bit of a budget nerd, so thank you. I very much enjoy what I've read and what the city has put forward. I, again, too, Mayor, want to publicly state that I support as we look at, as we reconcile our prior budgets and there's money, that money is set aside for labor. Our city employees deserve a raise. We deserve to have a salary structure that is equal to other cities and counties to make sure that we can hire the best and the brightest and keep them here. Because if we don't, we will continue to lose people, and the quality of our budget and our budget presentation will probably go down because the history won't be there. And it's so important that we have staff that stays with us, that understands the city and how things have been done. As a side note, Mayor, thank you for your advocacy at the state level. So I know when we look at the budget and we look at where's our money, and especially Marthala, thank you, the two versions of the budget, I'd really like to look at the second version because we have been providing those services and we know the budget is an ever-living document that consistently changes day by day, month by month. And we have to plan with the information given to us. But I know your advocacy at the state level has gotten us a significant amount of state matching funds, so I hope you continue to do that, but thank you. I know that is because of your relationships and what you've been able to bring to the city. And as a side note, I'm really proud as chair of PP&E, we already passed establishing the commission for Measure L. So we as a city have started that. We approved creating the commission. I know just the city clerk and city attorney are working out some minor details, but we did pass it and it is moving forward. I want to echo public participation. We're going to pass the budget June 13th. But we still have about 3 weeks. So it's really important. You can find it online. I hope people participate and tell us what they think, even down to the page number and the nitty-gritty. For budget and priorities, I was hoping that we as a council would have had the time to come together to talk about what our priorities are, council. Because the budget is a reflection of our morals and standards and what we believe in council priorities. I pretty much know that we all agree that housing, unhoused jobs, public safety, neighborhoods, parks, all up there. but specifically, how do we view these things and where are we as a council so that the budget gets allocated around that? And I know that's coming, but I think that's something very important is when we set council priorities, that our budget also reflects that. This is like the most boring topic, but it's the most important topic, deferred maintenance. There is deferred maintenance in our budget, but I'd also like that to be elevated to a more top priority because our water system, some pipes are 100 years old. We all, as individuals and citizens, expect our water to be clean and have great quality. But if we don't invest in upgrading our systems and making sure our pumps are working, the water is working, we had extraordinary amount of rain that we don't have, that our pumps are working and we're all collaborating, we're going to have catastrophic issues. The time is now, as the mayor said, to kind of backtrack a little bit, go to our basic, and are we doing enough on deferred maintenance and making sure that we're taking care of our aging infrastructure? Something I'd like the council, this is a big ask, but I think as a direction when we look at, I'm using my training as a school board member in the 2 decades I had, when districts look at money and look at budgets, we have to pass a balanced budget, not just the current year, but 2 years out, and have a 3% reserve at the same time. I would like, as you see in our budget, starting on page 476 is the budget resolution. Item number 1 is that the city council is to pass a balanced budget. I would like our city council to take a courageous approach and say that it is our mantra and our standard. We pass a balanced budget +1, which means not only the current year, which will be presented to us every year, but when we pass the budget, we're not only passing a budget that is positive in the current year, but 1 year out. So that when we know structural deficits are coming 1 year out, we start taking action in the current year. Because if we don't, then that means that budget deficit is doubling every year we don't take action. So it's something I would like each of us to look at. I think it's a smart strategic plan to look at, is that we not only pass a budget that is balanced this year, but 1 year out. Lainey, quick question asked you earlier. On page 403, talks about kind of like our EMS fees. In the background, it talked about that our fees have not been updated since 2012. Can you correct me? Is that correct?
Sure. That is actually not correct. The policy was adopted in 2014. And the next time we raised fees was just after the policy was adopted. So the policy that's current is published. It's just not historically accurate anymore. We raised fees in 2014. We also raised fees in 2017. That resolution included the ability to utilize CPI annually, which we do now. So our EMS fees are current, and we will be bringing a report to council on the consent agenda next week to modernize that policy, so it will no longer be out of date, and then we'll put that new policy in the adopted budget when we pull it together.
Thank you for updating me on that. One of the things I saw and that was highlighted in my 24-hour ride-along, I've heard from our firefighters, is that nowadays 911 is being called and our ambulances are being used to transport people when it may not really be in an emergency. And how that's something of a greater discussion of how do we balance that versus, because then that's creating to the wall time. Because ambulances, when 911 is called, they can only transport to an emergency room. They can't transport anywhere else. And then I know that's also state law and a bigger conversation, but I think it's a conversation that we need to start having with our state leaders as well, because I think it'll both ease the amount of calls our ambulances are going on, the mandatory overtime they're having, the wall time, as well as giving that flexibility. One of the things that I saw that stood out to me was that our business operation tax, we've looked at it and it was requested to be updated in 2010. No action was taken. Again, in 2020, it was presented to the council. No action was taken. It is significantly out of date. And I say this not for we need to raise business taxes, but we also need to use this as an opportunity to look at, which I really appreciate one of the last callers, Michael Snell, that talked about how can we help our small businesses? How can we help our sole proprietors? And then I'm seeing it as going through and creating the first city-run farmers market and going through the city process and doing that. Each of my small vendors, home operators, need to have a BOT. That is an extra expense that isn't really necessary. And if we are a city about supporting our small businesses and our family-run and sole proprietors, how do we balance the BOT? And I think we need to take a greater look at it of not just saying our largest businesses should pay more, but how do we do a comprehensive approach? Because we also heard about this with cannabis and how the cannabis BOT is not working for some of our small businesses and those in equity. So I really think it's important that we start the conversation with our cannabis industry and our business industry about reforming the BOT so that it works for our family businesses, our small businesses, but also keeps pace since fees haven't been raised or adjusted since 2010. So I think it's an opportunity. It's not necessarily about bringing more money in, but when we say we want to be a city that works for all, we're saying we need to bring in more workforce and we have empty businesses downtown. Why aren't we investing in our small businesses? Why aren't we finding ways to remove the barriers to their successes? Because our businesses are our families, are our citizens. They live here and invest here. And I think we can do more as a city when we look at that as to how do we reinvest. So I would hope that the city manager can start working on that and that the council would have some direction, because I think that is one of the most important things we can do to make a difference for our small businesses and others. So I'm sure I'll have more, but those are my comments at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Talamantes.
Thanks, Mayor. So I just want to thank city staff for doing this budget projection and including our budget with homeless services without. And that's a question that I have for our mayor and for our city manager. You know, I'm confident and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to draw down some state dollars to help address homelessness and some of the programs that we currently have in place. But we have a timeline of when they expire, so I just wanted to see how the county MOU interfaces with our city programming.
So I'll give it a try. So one of the things that Mirthal explained, which was helpful, was that without continuing state support under HAP or a different version of it, if we were to continue with our 1,100 beds a night, we would obviously have a larger deficit. I say two things. Number one, we have to keep our 1,100 beds a night, and we have to do so by continuing to work at the state level to ensure consistent funding from the state. Again, we're not unique here. All the other big cities are dealing with the same thing. I'm confident that Governor Newsom and the legislature that they recognize that they can't pull this away because we've made progress, at least in terms of helping get thousands of people off the streets, not only through HAP, but also through Room Key and Home Key, and that to take that money away would make an already difficult situation worse. So, you know, and as I sort of joked today, you know, one-time funding every year over time sort of becomes ongoing funding, and that's sort of what I think is happening here. You know, the one caveat being a worse recession or some terrible budget deficit, then, you know, obviously all bets are off. In terms with the county, we have a much better relationship with the county than a year ago. We have a foundation, we have a legally binding agreement, and we're communicating and working really well together. That doesn't mean that there aren't going to be some significant questions ahead about how we together are going to expand capacity. We're short beds. We are short beds. And we are short housing. Thank you. We are short housing. We are short housing of all kinds. And it is limiting the pace at which we can help people get off the streets. We're trying to break through that logjam desperately. The city cannot do it alone, and we won't do it alone. Whatever it takes with the county means whatever it takes. That doesn't mean shoving it off on them. We're working in partnership. But we take that agreement seriously, because if it's just the city that isn't the Health and Human Services Agency, doesn't do mental health, doesn't do substance abuse, doesn't have the Mental Health Services Act. We talked this afternoon at the Housing Authority about how the Mental Health Services Act is proposed to be amended to create $1 billion a year through the counties for housing. That's essential, and I hope the County of Sacramento and the counties support that, because we need more of it. And so we're in better shape than we were a year ago in terms of that relationship, and we just need to keep making it better and deliver real results.
Thank you, Mayor. And the only way that we can continue addressing homelessness is more housing, specifically affordable housing. So I just want to thank city staff for allocating $3 million towards reduced residential development for affordable housing. Any and all dollars that we have that we can use must go towards housing. Lainey, can you tell us a little bit more about the uncertainty of our future revenues?
Sure, thank you. Putting this forecast together was a really interesting process, because where we had seen substantial revenue growth as we recovered from the pandemic, the inflationary impact and the lack of federal dollars in our economy are really starting to take a toll on that growth factor. So we can't rely on kind of that really substantial growth that we had seen. One of the changes that we made, our out years in the forecast on property tax used to be 3%. But as we see both volume and value starting to slow down in our property tax transactions, it's really affecting, it's kind of dragging down that growth. We know from the recession that supplemental and transfer tax went from 27 million to 4 million over a couple of years during the recessionary period. And we know transactions are down about 40% through January, and value is down about 32%. So those are things we're really keeping an eye on as we develop that property tax forecast as the single largest. And when you combine our 1% Bradley Burns and our Measure U, that is just as large as property tax, but property tax is our single largest. So it's something that we really keep an eye on when we're looking to develop our forecast. We're seeing that as well in sales tax. You'll see in our proposed budget that we actually are proposing to bring down Measure U slightly. So that growth that we had been seeing, we're seeing the effects of people pulling back on spending. And as I said this morning, we had 4 great nights of the playoffs downtown, and of 365 days, but we're hoping that that is something that is a catalyst to people coming back downtown to bring back our parking, to bring back our restaurant revenues, to come and utilize the venues that we have downtown, and that we'll see an ongoing growth in our sales tax, but we just haven't seen that yet. And we really like to rely on data and use that data to inform what we put in our forecasts. Again, one of the things I was reminded of by staff this morning is that BOT. BOT is down 6.5%, 6.9% since the prior year, and our peak was the year before that. So cannabis BOT continues to decline, and I'll make a distinction. The cannabis BOT and our business operations tax are unique and independent. They were independently approved by the voters, and so we have the ability to change our cannabis BOT. It's a max of 4% and can reduce it for segments. We do not have any ability to change our larger business operations tax, and that would need to be voter approved if council decides to move forward on any opportunity there to change the way that tax operates.
Thank you, Lainey. And I just want to thank our city manager, our finance department, and all the various department heads that are here with us today that submitted requests to our city manager. I'm sure your list is quite long, more than a few hundred pages that what our budget is. And it's important, to continue supporting our city departments. To me, being a full-service city is one of the most important things that we can do. We get, as council members, we get a lot of requests for more parks, specifically dog parks, more murals, better lighting at our parks, more events in the district, speed bumps, stop signs, traffic studies, public safety investment, beautification, and addressing homelessness. You know, we get a lot of requests from our constituency, and we encourage them to call 311. And you know who's responsible for responding to those 311 calls? Our city staff. And that's why it's so important to me that they have the full manpower, staff power, equipment, and tools to be able to respond effectively and quickly. You know, we need to have the best customer service to our residents, which means supporting our city staff so that we can respond to those calls. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Maple.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start out by saying thank you to Martha and the whole finance team. I know it's already been said, but I think it's amazing. I heard that you might not have gotten a lot of sleep over the last 60 days. So I just want to point out that there's an incredible amount of work that goes into putting this together, and especially a budget book this size. You know, I look forward to holding it in my hands, and I know that means a lot of hours of the entire team. So just really grateful for the work that you've done. I know that as we look out into future years, we have some probably tough decisions to make as we look forward, and I know that, you know, just putting in all that work and time and energy is really appreciated. So thank you. I want to echo my colleagues about the importance of investing in our workforce. You know, it's kind of a saying that many of us have said before, but like our city is our people. Everybody who works for the city of Sacramento is an important part of the team, and they're the ones that are able to do all the things that Councilmember Talamantes was just talking about. And so, you know, to me, investing in our workforce is one of the most important things that we can do. And so I look forward to, you know, how those conversations will go over the next several months. And I think that, you know, we do have consensus, or at least some agreement among the council members about that being a very important topic. So I'm glad to see that reflected. I have a couple questions just for you know, transparency. So I know that one of the items was this, you know, potential 50% increase in auto liability and general liability. Can you speak a little bit to that and why that's happening?
Yeah, one of the things I'd refer you to also when you look through your book is there is a policy in there, our risk funding policy. And that sets where we are our level of required contributions every year into our risk fund. We're self-insured, and so we have to make sure that we have the funding available to pay for current and future liability and costs of accidents and settlements. And we have had an extraordinary run of experience and exposure. And with those actual reality experiences comes associated costs for both the insurance premiums as well as our costs in payments. And so that is what you see reflected. It's unfortunate to say that the day we put the book to bed, we got a letter from our insurance carrier saying some of our premiums may go up further. So we're going to be evaluating that and see if we have the capacity to pay within what we've budgeted. If we don't, we will certainly bring that back to you between proposed and approved. But it's something that continues to grow. We do have a number of programs in place in the city to reduce costs, training programs and remediation programs. And one of our members of the Budget and Audit Committee has asked for what we call supplemental budget information. We will provide a report back to you on those programs. But we have done our best to mitigate. This is the actual reality of the costs that we're incurring, both in payments as far as the result of claims, as well as our insurance premiums. Wonderful. Thank you for that. And then one of the other things that kind of popped out to me is, you know, I know that the funding related to the arena comes from that parking fund. And as, you know, has been noted in the report that that we're seeing a reduction in that parking fund. And one of the questions I have is I know that, you know, as a city, we're planning, you know, we have a lot of current and future investments into active transportation, into public transit, and those are stated in our climate goals and also, you know, related to, I think it was in 2019, I read this in an earlier report from earlier today, that one of those guiding principles is to reduce single occupancy vehicles and encourage more high occupancy transport. And so just kind of, you know, for me begs the question of like, do we have a plan for, you know, if we're, you know, our stated goals are to reduce, you know, single occupancy vehicles and therefore probably parking over time in downtown, how do we kind of, you know, measure those things together? Sure. I don't know if Matt Eierman, if he is available to talk, but I do know that as we put together our financing plan for the Golden One Center, and as parking thinks about how they grow and change their operations, that many of the things that you have been mentioned have been taken into consideration. We'll let Matt. Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Matt Eierman, Parking Services Manager. So absolutely. We've took a different approach to the way that parking is working today. We're looking at hybrid work from home models that we have actually created an online platform that allows people to reserve their parking rather than securing them to a monthly key card that requires them to drive every single day. We are absolutely working on different modes of transportation to make sure that we're covering all of the different modes of travel. So we are changing the way that the division is working and the business model is working. So yes.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you. Especially as as noted by some other speakers that I think that whether or not everybody comes back to work at the state level is very much in question. I think a lot of the other office spaces in downtown is also a question. And so no matter what, I think it's going to be important that we're resilient and that we take into account what does the new future of work look like in Sacramento and all over California, of course. So thank you so much for that. And then just one last comment related to the cannabis BOT. I think that the reduction in the cannabis business tax is something that's been happening all over the state for some time now, and in part that is because the tax rates at the state level are so high. 15% excise tax and over $10 in a cultivation tax is now gone. And then the city's 4% tax layers on top of that in addition to sales and use taxes. And so I think one of the challenges that the industry has is making sure that they can be competitive in price when we still know that there is a traditional or illicit market that still exists. And so I personally believe that while it may be a short-term loss to reduce taxes, we could actually be gaining more revenue over time if we make it easier and better for businesses to be able to operate in our city and for people to want to purchase from those legal operators. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thanks. I want to remind the folks who are on L&L, we have an item due back to run some scenarios on the reduction or changes in the business operations tax. We do have one of the lowest in the region. And so there is, an argument to be said that we are still very competitive, but I think everybody needs to understand the impact of that both on the city's budget, because if we lower the cannabis tax, we lower the 60% that stays in the general fund. That creates a hole there. It also reduces the amount that will go to Measure L.
Thank you, Councilmember Maple. I'm sorry, was it Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
I
It's okay if you took me out of the queue.
I did.
I can go next. Thanks, Mayor. I just first wanted to take this moment to thank Marthella and just our finance department just for your presentation and hard work to get this proposed budget to our council. I know it took many meetings and nights to get us to this moment. Much of the comments that I'm going to make at the 5 p.m. meeting today it's going to be very similar to the comments that I made during budget and audit that happened earlier this morning. And I think it's important to just reiterate some of my comments there from there to here. And so first, I just want to say I know that the next couple of weeks is going to be really intense, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation this month and in the next couple of weeks and in June. And hopefully we're able to pass a budget that can invest in our employees, focus on our basic city services, and of course, I think continue to uplift our most vulnerable neighborhoods and families that need support. I mentioned this earlier, while the World Health Organization has declared COVID-19 as no longer a global health emergency, I know that many of our families are still feeling the impacts of the pandemic, and we're going to see that in our city. I just want to speak on a few items, in particular relating to young people. I know we talked a lot about investing in our workforce, and I also want to add that in addition to investing in our current workforce and our employees, ensuring we have a healthy pipeline of young people and individuals in our community to fill our vacancy and become the next Lainey Milstein, Ryan Moore, Mario Lara, all those vacant positions that we have in our city. It's going to be important that we have a strong and healthy workforce, and that means investing in our young people in the city. And so I do just want to comment on a few items. First is regarding the Sacramento Children's Fund, Measure L. As many of you know, in November 2022, the voters passed Measure L to make sure that we set aside dollars to support our young people in the city. I just want to reiterate that I'm really excited that today, actually, we are kicking off that conversation by creating that multi-year operating budget line for the SAC Children's Fund, and want to thank Howard and our city staff for making sure that stays in the budget. I've also requested several times during public meeting that I want us to come back publicly to share a timeline on the implementation of the SAC Children's Fund. And I also, and the reason for this is also because I want us to not only set aside these dollars, but for the city to actually be much smarter on how we leverage the Sacramento Children's Fund to bring in additional dollars to support our young people in the city. For those that call in, I know, Monica, you're here today as well, and I know that there are folks watching that cares deeply about our young people in the city. I just want to let you know that, the city manager and I have been in conversation also with the SAC kids and community members, and I also just want to say thank you to city manager Howard for being part of those conversations. I also want to say thank you to Mindy. She's done incredible work to really help move the implementation of the commission for the SAC Children's Fund, so I want to say thank you for that. And the only thing I want to emphasize is that, I think moving forward, it's just going to be really incredibly important that we involve youth voices and our community in the implementation. I want to remind folks that as we are now entering the budget season, that we also remember that this council, city council, passed a resolution to redefine public safety to move beyond traditional services. And at that time, some of us were not on this council because I believe that had passed in October 2020. Many of us weren't on the council. I think 5 of us were not on the council, but many of us actually supported as citizens. And so what that resolution does is that it qualifies that we are redefining public safety, and it broadens the delivery of public safety to not only include police and fire, but also to make sure that we have youth-centered prevention services offered by both the city and in partnership with community-based organizations. So I just want us to keep that in mind as we're engaging in budget discussion for the next 3 weeks as well. I think there is a consensus on major issues, right? We know housing is an issue. Deferred maintenance is an issue, right? There's a lot of competing efforts, and we're going to engage in those conversations. But I also want to remind folks of this resolution that this council took a position to really redefine what public safety is. In the upcoming weeks, there will be several presentations from various departments, and I know this is the kickoff. Next Tuesday, I know we're going to hear regarding capital projects, fees and charges, and YPSI and fire, and then the following week, we're going to hear regarding the police budget. And so I, just want to make a request, City Manager. I know I requested this during budget and audit, but also just wanted to share it here in front of my colleagues as well, is that, as different departments come forward to share their budget, and especially YPSI, I think it's going to be really important. While I think the mayor, you and I have been in conversation, just to provide a high-level overview of the implementation, because the public is still curious about, right now we're working on the commission, but deadlines for the Measure L implementation. I think that high-level timeline overview implementation is going to be really key, and so want to make that ask again, and that when YPSI does come to council, the various departments, that we include that as part of the presentation.
Mayor Pro Tem, absolutely. And we are going to be hearing from police, fire, and YPSI next week, so we'll get that teed up.
Great. And then the other item I did mention during budget audit, but just want to flag this here because my colleague, Councilmember Kaplan, is here as well. I know that in the budget I didn't see the allocation. It's a small dollar, dust dollars, right, as they would call it, but I didn't see the allocation to support the implementation of the youth liaison that would be sitting right here, which this council passed in 2022 for this budget. I believe it went through the Sacramento Youth Commission already. They've already provided feedback, and my understanding is that it's heading to P&P. I like to make a request for Councilmember Kaplan to take up this item as soon as possible so that we can actually align this with the budget for the mid-June adoption. That's going to be really important because if we don't have those dollars set aside, I'm worried that we're not going to have the support needed to ensure that this young person is successful. And so I just wanted to flag that as well.
Good.
Okay.
Already on the agenda.
Okay.
Great. And then lastly, just also wanted to share, because I also mentioned this is during budget audit and we had to forward it to the 5 p.m. meeting, is earlier this year, the city auditor, Jorge, thank you so much for your incredible work, did a deep audit of basically the gaps in our language services here in the city of Sacramento. City Manager, I know you're working on internal policy to address the language access audit. And I know that in the budget, I also didn't see dollars to support this work as well. And so I know Councilmember Guerra in our office working on an ordinance. I know we have an upcoming meeting, hoping that that ordinance will go to law and ledge as well, but wanted to make sure that I just flag that. There's numerous community members have reached out to our office via email and phone call asking where's the support to make sure that we implement policy. As you know, as many of you know, we can pass policy and ordinance in the city of Sacramento, but we don't have the funding to support it, then the policy actually doesn't get implemented. And so language access is incredibly important here for me, and I know for many of my colleagues that sit on this dais, and so just want to make sure that we have the funding to support that work as we move forward. And that's all the items that I have regarding budget. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for your work on this budget. I want to echo and align myself with my colleagues' previous comments about a priority being taking care of the city team. You know, with inflation rising, with everything that everybody's been through in these last couple years, I just can't imagine a higher priority for us than to make sure that our city staff are getting the pay that they need so that we can keep these valuable folks on our payroll and working for the betterment of our city. I will say, when it comes to item 12, I've been trying to process a little bit how I feel, and I think the right word is a little frustrated. Because I've been out there telling folks for months that we don't have any money, that we don't have any money for more safe grounds, that we don't have any money for more safe parking. You know, we negotiated, all of us who sat on the regional transit board, for a safe parking area on Roseville Road. We pulled that back because we didn't have funding for it. And now I look at a budget that says we had $20 million. And I definitely, obviously, in the context of labor negotiations, in the context of taking care of our city staff, that's a priority. But it is hard for me to look at this money and wonder what we might have been able to do, given that everybody I talk to in my district, from police officers to my 24-hour ride-along to businesses to residents, is saying you need to do something right now about this crisis. And if we had resources that could have helped even in a small way, I do feel frustrated that I feel like that wasn't made more transparent earlier, and that we couldn't have had that discussion. And I want to say that, recognizing that the budget forecast is saying this big question mark on funding for homeless services moving forward, but that question mark comes with an intentional omission of any projection of state and federal money, which we know is likely to continue. So we do know that there will be funding coming through that will help us sustain. And while we don't know that for sure, so we can't model it in a budget chart, I mean, it's fairly certain. Like, when I read the Senate and Assembly budget documents, when I hear our Congress people talk, like, they're talking very clearly about maintaining a commitment to the HAP program and maintaining a commitment to these other programs. So I will admit that I'm not entirely sure the logistical reason why we would move the $20 million today from this current budget to a future budget. And I have another couple of comments, and so maybe that's something, if staff wants to respond, they can, because I guess given that we're still negotiating contracts, given that we're still having these discussions, it feels premature to take this step tonight. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out the logistics of that $20 million move and what that means for the process as it unfolds in the next few weeks. To the other point here, though, I think that my colleague, Councilmember Kaplan, brought up a point that has been tickling my mind for a while when it comes to BOT reform, which is that, I mean, our BOT is a percentage of revenue, and it's a super, 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 super low percentage of revenue. And we cap it at $5,000 a year for every business. So to give you a sense of context, our former finance director, Don Holm, was talking this through with me a couple years ago and said if you removed the cap of $5,000, you would only affect businesses that make more than $25 million a year, and that you could, at that time, generate potentially $5 million a year in profit to this general fund just by removing that cap. And you're just hitting those businesses that make more than $25 million, and you're getting more general fund money in a slightly more progressive way, because now you have the businesses that are making $60, $70, $100 million paying a little bit more of their share than the business that's making less than that. And I think the conversation that Councilmember Kaplan brought up is a really important one, because not only do we want that rate to be reflective, the reports that I've seen show that our rates is significantly lower than any other city in the state, and so it does bear the question of whether we're really looking at this fairly and what steps we could be taking to justifiably protect small businesses. Like, we could raise the floor of how much money you need to be making until you start paying that percentage and really protect those businesses that are making less than $100,000 a year or something like that. You know, when I was a consultant working from home, I paid the BOT. It was about $200, and I was like, okay, this makes sense, but I don't really know what that means. I'm just one person consulting from my home. And so I think there's a real conversation that I know I'd like to have here. And when it comes to cannabis, I know my colleague, Councilmember Maple, brought up, I heard about the cannabis BOT is a completely different beast. I mean, they're completely uncapped. They're paying a significant percentage of their way more than any other business in our city is paying. And so when we think about progressive tax structure as a city, I think this is a cool opportunity, and I hear interest from my colleagues on the council, so I just wanted to put a finer point. I know it might not be something we can do in the budget. It might need to be a ballot measure. It might need to be something we look at, but it sounds like a real opportunity for us to think a little bit more progressively about how we raise revenue, because we have a lot of ambitious targets as a city. You know, I've got a pool that's not going to open, and I can tell you how many emails I've gotten about the fact that this pool won't open because it's the only pool in the whole central city. We don't have backyards. We don't have pools in our backyards, so this is a real issue for our community members to cool off in the summer. And I think, gosh, wouldn't it be great? You know, we had a stop sign approved, and many thanks to the Public Works team because they got that stop sign in at 25th and E, and oh my gosh, you would have thought it was Christmas. Ryan, your team deserves all the credit at Public Works for what they did, but like it shouldn't be this like miraculous thing when we can invest in something like this as a city. We should have the type of revenue that balances the types of needs that we're seeing in our community. And when we talk about how we tax our businesses and what we look at for development fees, what we look at in general, I just think there's a real opportunity, and we're leaving a lot on the table by not stepping back and re-examining and having what will inevitably be a really hard conversation, but could put our budget in a situation where we're not forced to make these decisions either or all the time anymore. So those are my comments. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, even if we pass item 12 tonight, it still is the beginning of the budget process. Final budget adoption June 13th, which can be modified, added to, or amended in any way. Vice Mayor, and then we will conclude the hearing.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I made most of my comments during the Budget and Audit Committee hearing today, but I just have 2 points to make. And the number one, over the last 8 years, I've pushed heavily to increase the number of our staff in illegal dumping and maintenance and, in a lot of our quality of life issues. So one, I've even now we have a challenge, like many do, in hiring and whatnot. So making sure that we're doing right by our workers is going to be critical, because even the private contractors are looking and offering better opportunities for our city employees, which means service disruption for our residents. When an issue happens, when our park needs to be cleaned, when we want a park ranger to help keep the safety out there, all of those issues, or during the storms when we had the cleanups that needed to happen with all of the trees, the arborists. So that number one issue, I think I want to just highlight to make sure that over the next couple of years, we need to start thinking about how we create that stability in our workforce. The final piece I want to highlight is I'd like to get back information and I've had a side conversation with the city manager, is to get a report on where our, for lack of a better term, revenue leakage is. Where are we losing to other jurisdictions? And maybe through Bradley Burns, and we had a short briefing, and I understand it. I was thinking about it over the afternoon, and thinking about certain sectors that maybe we're not being as competitive in. You mentioned auto dealerships. I don't think there's the land to create auto dealerships, but that's not the case here. I think the what I'd like to find out is where could we be doing better on that aspect. Is it in manufacturing? We've always been the core of manufacturing, but are we losing that? So I'd like to get that report back again to that point. And last to say that, again, this is the beginning of the conversation moving forward, and we have more departments to talk through. So I'll leave it at that. I appreciate all the city staff, that put together a great presentation at Budget and Audit. It's a lot of work. Everyone's involved in it, and so I just wanted to thank you for that. And if we do need a motion, Mayor, to move
item 12.
Item 12, then I'll move that with also the direction to. I'd like to see as we come back later on. I mentioned the comment about the MIOP around language access. I'd like to make sure that that MIOP comes through in the following year's budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Moved and seconded. We got Councilmember Valenzuela, then we'll take a vote.
Sorry, Mayor, I forgot there was another point I was going to make because you made some observations at the beginning of the hearing about the lack of public dialogue on this item. And I just think that's an important thing to put a fine point on as well. I can't tell you how disheartened I get, and not to say there aren't members of the public obviously here, when members of the public stop engaging with us on big important decisions like a budget. You know, before I came into office, I got to participate in the formation of the People's Budget Sacramento. And at that time, as a group of volunteers in COVID, we collected over 3,000 surveys from citizens in the city of Sacramento, some of them in language, from people talking about their priorities and things they wanted to see. And I won't say that none of them happened. Obviously, there was some movement here and there, but a lot of it didn't. And I see people come to our hearings and try and make impassioned speeches to us and don't feel heard. And I want to say that I think that those can be related. And I know our budget process is short like this for a reason, because it takes a long time to get ready and it takes a long time to prepare. But I know when we talked about participatory budgeting pilot, that Measure U did, the Measure U committee did, and what that could mean, what I kept talking about was how I hoped that would inform our overall process. Like, what can we learn from what happened in this participatory budget pilot that we could bring into our full budget process so that the community feels a little bit more informed and they feel a little bit more heard? Like, what are those lessons and takeaways so that we can not just say, cool, we did this for $1 million over here, but actually take those practices and say, okay, not only do we want to keep doing that, but we want to bring some of those best practices over to our budget process. Because when I hear from the community, sometimes I hear, what's the point when it comes to these hearings? And I don't want that to be how people feel. I don't think that's how any of us want them to feel. And I think maybe we could think through, obviously not necessarily in this budget cycle, because we've got like a month, but as we move forward, how do we bring in more participatory processes to what is quite possibly, as you noted, one of the most important votes we take all year. So just wanted to make that observation.
Well, that's such an important observation to me that I'd like to amplify it myself, okay? Because, and I know we're going to hear, Measure U is going to come forward and ask for a committee and subcommittee, which I'm prepared to support, that you do your work. But I will tell you, the number one thing I think the Measure U committee could help with, and we talked about this in my office, is lead a broad participatory budgeting process in Sacramento. And I don't mean the $1 million. That's a great pilot and good results, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about participatory budgeting for the entire budget. The city council will decide that budget, the city management, but I mean participatory in the way that Councilman Valenzuela said. Now, the people's budget was from a group of community activists, right, and leaders, great. But you, an official body, I think you could help lead this. This would be, and next year, right, but this is workshops, this is getting into the neighborhoods, this is holding community meetings, this is doing all that kind of outreach using right kinds of technology and ways to interact with people, because we can't expect or shouldn't expect to come to City Hall, frankly, despite what Councilmember Valenzuela and I said. It's really, we need to get out there as an entire city. And we do this during times of recession. I was part of it in the early 90s. But next year, and maybe beginning in mid-year, let's not wait an entire year, beginning in mid-year, let's organize and get out to the community and really understand their priorities. It would pay huge value and build more trust with the city government. Completely agree. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, you want to amplify the amplify?
Yeah, I was just going to say absolutely. I think we should have done it for this budget year, but I think you have brought that to the table, and Councilmember Valenzuela as well. I know we're subject to Brown Act, so like not all of us could be at a location, but even we did 2 buys, like if 1 and 2 did a town hall together with city staff regarding the budget, and then 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, I think that would be really important to actually bring the budget out to the community, because as many of you know, it's a little hard to get to city council, right? It's a privilege to be here. And so, Mayor, I think that's an excellent idea, and I think that we need to prepare now, because I know that takes staff time as we're working through the budget. But if we can't do it this year, I think let's make sure we tee it up for next year for sure.
Okay, very good. Mr. City Manager?
So a couple quick things on the budget roadshow, we used to call it. Happy to do that. We worked in partnership with the auditor's office to different parts of the city to talk about budget priorities by the community. They were not very well attended. So the ask is that let's find a more robust way to do the
Do
outreach.
it. That might have been on us in the sense that I think we got to think more of, there's technology, there's interface. How about the Youth Commission and the, the soon-to-be constituted Measure L committee? I mean, there's so many ways I think we can use community intermediaries too, to get out there and organize, right? Maybe in ways that we're not as good at.
It's a different day for sure, but also it's very important to set expectations because there's a certain portion of our budget that is, locked up. It's debt service, it's, user fees and departments like that. So we're looking at discretionary funding, basically is what I'm hearing.
Understood.
Right. So two other things. So I appreciate Councilmember Kaplan and Councilmember Valenzuela to bring up the BOT. If that's a conversation we want to have, we can tee that up through L&L or whatever appropriate commission that is. But it is something that staff has brought forward since 2010 as a way to look at revenue growth. And we talked about it, I can't remember what year it was, 2015? Well, it was 2022, but before then, we talked about it and there wasn't the appetite. Yeah, thank you. 2018, there wasn't the appetite to look at it, but happy to revisit that. The final thing is item 12. We need to have the council approve this resol.
There's a motion.
Yeah, and move that forward. And I just responded to Councilmember Valenzuela, because without that action tonight, the presentation you heard from our budget staff gets $20 million worse.
On the BOT, love the idea. Let's just make sure we outreach to all the communities, especially the business community that would be affected, so that we're in conversation with them. Okay, Councilmember Laloe, you want the last word?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I really want to thank the staff. To put a budget like this takes a lot of time, effort, a lot of headache, and a lot of sleepless nights. So thank you so much to all of you. On kind of going over what Councilmember Valenzuela alluded to, I think it's great to go to the community and get their opinion, but at the same time, we're the elected. We elected you. Thank you very much. And we can actually, to a certain degree, right now, I know as far as my community, the number one ask is the unhoused and safety. That's just like you knock on any door, these are the two top issues that the residents are very concerned about. And I think it's great to go to the community and ask them what they would like to see the investments to go into. But as you indicated, Mr. City Manager, we have a fixed cost that we also have to acknowledge that it exists. So I want to make sure that we relay the message properly, that it's not, hey, we have $1.4 billion. What should we do with it now? Come to us and let us know. Some of it is spoken for already. And as I said, right now, in majority of the communities, including mine, the unhoused and safetiness is the number one ask of the city. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We do have a motion on the floor. Councilman, are you okay? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained. That passes unanimously. But again, it's all preliminary. And thank you for a great discussion, everyone, and a good start. Okay. Let's take the Measure U Community Advisory Committee request to establish a budget and policy subcommittee. I do want to say, I know that item 15, Auditor Oseguera, I know, knowing you, that you could make your presentation very quickly. But I think that would not do you and your office right, because I think there'd be a lot of questions and, excuse me, no, you got to wait. There'll be time for everyone to speak. So, Jorge, Mr. Oseguera, I think we're going to put off. Is that okay for the work plan? Okay. What's that? What's that? Is it really the second time in a row? And he sat here the whole time. I didn't realize that the last time. Then forget it. Okay.
He asked to move it last time.
He has to move it.
He asked to move it last time.
Next time.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you come up right now? Yes. No, we got to finish the city business, and we'll hear from everybody, okay? No.
Your community has been for
My dad was murdered by Sacramento sheriff. My dad was murdered by Sacramento sheriff. I know. Do not call.
Excuse me, this is a public. No, it's not your time to talk, ma'am. Ma'am. Excuse me. I promise you, you will be heard, but you have to sit down and follow the order. Okay. Okay, then please leave. No.
This is your community and you're not allowing them to speak?
911 will kill you if you're brown or black or poor.
The orderly conduct of these proceedings by continuing to speak out from the audience out of order. You're in violation, all of you, of 5A1 of the council procedure. If you continue to disrupt these proceedings, I will suspend your ability to enter chambers for participation for 2 council meetings.
My dad is dead.
You understand the warning? Please leave. We can't engage with you this way. We'd be happy to.
Engaging with me. I've been sitting here listening to you bullshit.
Okay.
For how many hours about these things? You guys are worried about a dog park and slideshows.
Excuse me.
Where's the help for the black and
We
brown
needed it.
community?
You need to leave.
And you need to listen your community.
You have been warned.
You
Do
have
you understand my warning?
You have how many months left in
All
office?
right.
Listen to your community.
Okay. The woman who's standing right there with the signs. You've been given a fair warning and have elected to continue disrupting the proceedings. Madam Clerk, I would like to issue you a minute order prohibiting you from attending the next 2 meetings in person. You will, however, get to participate by Zoom and fully participate in the meeting. Let's get that order to her right now.
You can't, but okay.
Okay, well, we will. And you will not be welcome the next 2 meetings. Okay?
Okay, we're going to move on to city business. Jorge, come up here, and please start your presentation.
You don't get to tell us how to express our pain.
Just keep going.
You don't get to tell us how to express our harm.
You are out.
No, I'm not.
You are out. Point of order. Point of order. Okay. We're going to take a recess. We're going to take the recess, and we are going to ask. We're going to ask you to leave, and we will not resume until you leave. Now, the other members of your group here every week have not yet violated the rules, and so they are welcome to stay. I don't know your name.
11 weeks in a row, and you haven't even listened to your
I don't know
community
your
members'
name.
names.
Okay, we're gonna recess
You're such a
for
great,
10 minutes,
great mayor.
and you are ordered to leave the chambers.
Remove me. It's 8 o'clock.
The council is back in session. Mr. Oseguera, please present.
Before you start, may I make sure that we have our video streaming going and staff's ready? Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Jorge Oseguera, your City Auditor. The proposed work plan for fiscal year 2023-2024 was presented to the Budget and Audit Committee on April 4th and was forwarded to the full City Council without a request for changes. The recommendation that is before you is that you pass a resolution approving the City Auditor's proposed work plan for fiscal year 2023-2024. Yes. Our work plan is broken up into 5 sections that cover work in progress and planned work related to performance audits, cannabis, utilities, research and analysis, and the operation of the city's whistleblower hotline. Some of the highlights regarding current projects include the initiation of work on auditing the city's homeless response, the initiation of work on fulfilling the city auditor's responsibilities related to Measure L, looking at the water and wastewater fund to assess their fiscal sustainability, incorporating an audit of police overtime, and incorporating an audit of the business operation tax. As always, I would love to hear from you regarding any feedback that you may have. I am happy to answer any questions, should you have any.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your patience. Is there public testimony on the auditor's proposed work plan for 23-24?
Yes, Mayor. Marbella Sala would like to speak on this item.
Sala, welcome to you.
So I'm speaking as a community member and as a member of the Gardenland Northgate Neighborhood Association. And it just reminded me, because Councilwoman Vang mentioned language services. And so I'm surprised after the audit that was done and the recommendation that was given that there be a language services department with funding to do an adequate job in providing language services to our community. It's not in your budget. And I really think you need to reevaluate that and find monies to have it in your budget. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marbella.
So I do have two members online to speak on this, and to remind members of the public, we're on item 15, Lambert Davis. Mr.
Yes,
Davis?
this is Lambert, and I've been studying the auditor for a while now. I'm the one who coined the phrase, who audits the auditor? I'm the one that came up with that. And I'm starting to become more impressed. I mean, I heard the comment by the previous caller. I'm like her. I can catch things that some people try to let go by. That's good to know that something was not in the budget that should have been there for language. All these different languages you speak in Sacramento. When I graduated from high school, you had to learn a second language, either French or Spanish. I learned Spanish. I can read Spanish. I can write Spanish. I can talk Spanish if I have to. That's probably some people's jaws dropping to the ground that I can do what I just said. And so I think this auditor is improving. I've been studying him for a long time, and he shocked me with a couple of his reports that confirm what I'm fighting for. So other than putting that in your budget with what she just said, this looks pretty good. I'm going to have to go study it more, but I'm starting to see more independence from the auditor, and that's where integrity comes from. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our final speaker on this item is Michael Snell.
All right, greetings. I won't take long. Thanks again. Just wanted to just re-echo. I appreciate the comments of the council members that did speak up on understanding, the tax levies against cannabis. It's counterproductive, and then even just to even counteract the illicit market. So if we can, just look at how can we make some adjustments on the smaller businesses that are having, these, especially cannabis, who just have an inequitable tax demand compared to industries that are killing people every day, like alcohol. I mean, can we generate some more tax revenues out of the industries that are clearly causing more negative repercussions than cannabis, and increase some taxes in those businesses? I mean, we're opening up new bars and new, which is cool. I'm all for it, but as a business owner and it's trying to open and seeing what's in the headwind for my supporters, it's the imbalance. We can we address that? And again, yes, our future, so our kids, the youth, not only just Parks and Recs, but other activities outside of school, the Head Start programs, and then again, arts and culture community, because this will create new things. Like I will be rolling out an urban agriculture plan that could assist and partner, like the mayor specified earlier, doing partnerships with organizations that obviously these funds that encourages that. So if we can just focus that where we can reappropriate funds that aren't necessarily conducive with growth and creative economy, because obviously, again, we see what's in the headwinds and we have to get creative. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, I have no more speakers.
All right, thank you. I have members of the City Council, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Kaplan, Councilmember Maple, and Mayor Pro Tem Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, thank you, Mr. Oseguera and your team for your work report. I think you outlined well during the budget and audit. The one thing I do hope we get started, and I see it's not scheduled till 2024, the illegal cannabis cultivation and going after the underground economy, but and then the cannabis administrative penalty appeal process as part of 2025, a year later. I almost feel that those two go hand in hand. So I'll go ahead and move the item, Mayor, and thinking about it, I'd like to, as we get closer and looking at your workload, as we get closer to the end of the year, to see if there's a possibility on how those two may interact together. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and move the item and like to see how we move there.
Moved and seconded, I think, by Councilmember Kaplan. So let's go to then Councilmember Kaplan. You're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Aguirre. I think what you're doing is fine. One of the things I'd like to request is, I know you're in the middle of the homeless response audit. I would like to fast track that, as well as narrowly tailor it to what are we doing of the audits of our community-based organizations, and how the city responded, not necessarily looking at what did our police and fire, not necessarily what did our Department of Community Response did. How did we use our funds and our community-based organizations and audit how those funds were used, so that we know in feedback that we actually got what we asked for, and we can be able to see who our best providers are, because this is timely in our budget discussion, not only this year but next year, because if there appears to be some audit inconsistencies with some of our community-based organizations, we'll know who to invest in and who not to invest in, because our taxpayer dollars need to be invested wisely. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Maple.
Thank you, Mayor. I just also wanted to really appreciate, this is a very full workload. So as I look through this, and I think you have 10 full-time employees, is that right? Yeah, so this is a lot. And so just appreciate that your steadfastness on the work, and the work that's really important to, I think I maybe take a little bit of a different approach, and I know I shared my thoughts with you via email as well as it relates to the homeless audit, but I think it's actually really important for us to have a full scope of what our strategy is as a city, and that includes not just the funds that we have coming in that are going to specific programs, but what does the enforcement look like? And it's really unclear to me on as I look through the budget and other things, is what's the totality of what we're spending on this, including whether or not enforcement action is being taken, or asking people to move, or whatever that might be, and how that impacts our budget, and whether or not that approach is actually the most efficient and cost-effective approach that we could take. And I don't know the answer to that, but I think that we can find that out if we really take a more holistic look. So I would really personally love to see that, and not sure if my colleagues would agree. I'm very supportive of the pedestrian safety audit. I think as I have quite a few car on pedestrian fatalities in my district. A lot of constituents that reach out around traffic safety and just generally feeling unsafe, whether it's walking or biking on the streets. And so I think this is going to be very important for the work that we're doing moving forward. And then also the last piece is, that I'll mention is I really appreciate the audit related to overtime in police department. I think that's something that myself and some of my other colleagues are really interested in, is what do those decisions look like? How are they being made? And how does that impact our budget? So just those comments, and again, just appreciate your work and looking forward to reading these. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Laloe. I'm sorry, did I miss somebody?
You could take me off the queue if you want
I
to
did it again. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. It's a pattern.
No worries.
Apologize.
I'll keep this quick. Jorge, I first just really want to say thank you for all your hard work. I know every year when you come to us with the scope of a scope or a work plan, it's always very ambitious, just given the limited staff that you have. And so I want to say thank you to your staff. I know last year I made the request that we take a comprehensive audit of all of our services regarding our in-house community homelessness. And so, as I've shared, while traditionally when you look at city services, homelessness has not been under the role of a city over the years, and has become our top priority. And we have used much of our resources really from all of our departments to respond and address the needs. And I know that is of utmost importance. I know that there are various touch points how each department respond to homelessness. And so I think that's really important for the city council as your job as our auditor to be independent of that, to come back to us and let us know, the challenges that remain and the gaps in our system and where we have failed. And so I think, stay the course. I would recommend to stay the course regarding your scope of work and making sure we audit every single department in our city. And I would also echo Council Member Kaplan as well. I think in addition to auditing our various departments, I think when we think about our services, Councilwoman Kaplan is absolutely right. We do provide dollars to our CBOs. So it's also important to make sure that we hold, community partners accountable, and we want to know how those dollars are being spent. So I support that request as well. But I think it's about comprehensive approach. It's about looking at all of it. It's about holding ourselves accountable as well. The city also needs to hold ourselves accountable in terms of how we're spending those dollars, right? Everything from tagging and towing vehicles, if that existed, if there was any removal of encampments by PD, I want to know what those dollars were. And so I think we have to look at all of it. That's the reason why you're doing this audit, and the only way for continuous improvement is for us to have that data. And so I just want to say, stay the course. Really appreciate all the hard work you're doing. The only question I do have is that in the audit regarding timeline, there's not a date when this will be completed, and so just curious to know when is this audit on homelessness response coming back to council? I agree with Councilwoman Kaplan regarding making this a priority and seeing we can bring this to the forefront, but I know your scope of work is huge. I mean, if that's a priority of this council, I would support that, but wanted to know just on timeline, like what were you looking at? When were you going to bring that audit back to council?
As you can imagine, a scope this broad and a project this broad can be very time-consuming. Our audits typically take 9 to 12 months to complete, and so this would likely be in that time frame. But I think what I would offer all of the council members, given the important points that were being made today, is that I would like to go and sit down with each one of you that has brought up some of these issues and discuss them further and see if there's a way to refine that or incorporate aspects of what you raised as areas of interest into the work that we're doing, and see what other potential options we might be able to explore to get some answers to the questions that you're asking.
Okay, Councilmember Laloe.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I definitely agree with both my colleagues, Councilmember Kaplan and Mayor Pro Tem. But I think I would like to see if this audit can be broken into two parts, actually. The first part, we have a lot of contracts out there that we've used our taxpayers' money for them to provide services and helping the unhoused. So I think an audit on those organizations can be a fairly speedy audit to make sure that the money that we're spending is producing the right results. And then I also agree with you. To follow that up, it needs to go in a much more comprehensive. But I think, considering we're talking about budget and how we're pretty tight, knowing what some of the stakeholders out there that have helped us throughout the years, I would really like to see that audit as soon as possible, especially since throughout this year we're going to continuously set aside money for services for the unhoused. So that's my opinion, and I hope that I can get the support of my colleague on that. Thank you.
Okay. I know the city manager will make a comment on this, and I may follow up depending. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a good in-betweener here, because the number you saw in the budget presentation, both at Budget and Audit and again tonight, focuses on the $42+ million. I think that's a good place to start, particularly if we want to get this to come forward quickly, Because the challenge with looking at it broadly, and I don't disagree, is that it's going to be very difficult to quantify how much of a park maintenance worker deals with homelessness because they don't track their time that way. Similarly, with other departments that touch this, code enforcement, police, fire, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. So the time frame that Jorge puts out there is going to get elongated. So I think if we focus on the $42 million, all the money going out, it's very timely because as you saw in the graph earlier, there's going to be some critical decision points should resources not come in about which are the providers we need to keep and which are we going to let lapse. So that's a recommendation.
I want to back this up. That would be very, very helpful. It's really a performance audit about the contractors and about the use of the city money. What I would encourage you not to do, and of course you can do whatever you want, but I'm saying it publicly here, is to wade into the whole homeless policy world, right? Because, excuse me, sir, you cannot shout out. You can't do that. But to not wade into the city-county issues, for example, right? Because that's a whole separate subject matter. Just tell us, whether or not the money we're spending is actually creating the homes, the beds, what it is we're asking for, and what the money was intended for. Okay, thank you. Do we have a couple others, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just want to have a better understanding of direction for Jorge, because I know Jorge's taking lots of notes, so I know he's coming to us to ask for direction, right? And so I'm kind of hearing the same but a little bit different direction. So the first thing is looking at contract. I just want to make sure that I, as a councilwoman, understand so I can articulate this to the community regarding the direction that we want to take. So what I'm hearing is that we want to look at the contracts first, right? But what I would like to emphasize that in addition to the contracts, if that is priority of this council, I still think it's imperative that we still do an audit of all of our departments. I think that's really important. I want to make sure that doesn't come off the table, because actually when you look at the scope of work for our city auditor, it's actually, it's looking at the departments and the external care holders. That's what the description is that we're looking at our departments and the external stakeholder. I think starting with the contract is great. I think that's important because given the dollars that we're putting out to a community-based organization, we want to make sure that, that there are good outcomes. So I am in full support of that. But I want to make sure that while we do that, and that can take priority, that we don't take that away from the scope of work from Jorge's team, because I want to know how our city dollars are being spent, the department, in responding to homelessness. I think we owe that to the public, and I think we need to make sure we have a comprehensive audit on homelessness. So I don't want us to remove that from the scope of work.
I think any recommendation you make about how the city can improve its performance in the homeless area within the scope of what the city can and should be doing, I think is appropriate. Howard?
I think it's very important that comment you just made is that, when you're trying to gauge how we perform, say, from a park maintenance worker, how do you quantify that? Because that's not within their job description. And so they also don't, as I mentioned earlier, they don't track their time. So to quantify how much time, 50% of an FTE working on homelessness to what outcome, it's just not tracked that way. And
I think
more
we
power
might
to
be
you if
getting
you're able
ourselves
to
a
get
little
that.
bit ahead of ourselves. I mean, we're just getting off on this monster project. One of the first things that I want to wrap my arms around, which I think would be beneficial to everyone, is what is it that we're spending our money on? And you've already put the $40 million number out there,
Yes.
so we're going to start there.
Perfect.
Look to see what that money is getting the city of Sacramento for the investment that we've made, and conduct, in essence, a risk assessment based on that, based on looking at what we've spent and what we expected to get out of that investment. We'll identify some opportunities for potentially looking deeper into some other areas. And that might be some of our CBOs, as was brought forward by Councilmember Laloe and Councilmember Kaplan. It might include looking at our oversight of these entities and whether or not that's adequate enough. It could be whether, I don't want to speculate because, you see where this thing is going. And so we're just getting started. I think I hear that there are a lot of areas of interest that the council has. I know this is a priority for everyone. Let me get started. I will meet with the council members as we start rolling this thing out and refine this thing as we move forward.
What I didn't hear, I just want to make sure I say this out loud, is that contract compliance is what you're saying.
Contract compliance and, and contract oversight.
Correct.
Yeah, and maybe some interim reporting to the Budget and Audit Committee. You could do that too in terms of scope, so we can have kind of an iterative conversation. That was the Vice Mayor's suggestion, not mine. I like her. So, okay, do we need more on this?
I think I just want to clarify, because we've talked a lot, but I think it's what I'm hearing. We're in agreement because I think it's important to fast track. It's a comprehensive homeless assessment and audit, but I think what I'd like to make sure is looking at like the $42 million, whatever the number city budget comes up with, the contract review, CBO, that comes to council like first, when you finish that, and then it's digging into the other more comprehensive.
I think that's great. Okay? That's, so it shall be. Councilmember Maple.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to cancel it, but I will say a couple words. I think it's really important, because this is what I'm trying to wrap my mind around, just in general, and I think maybe I have some agreements from some of my colleagues here, is like, there's a lot of things that we do as a city that are choices, right? They're strategy. Whether we intend it or not, it's our strategy for dealing with homelessness. So how much are we paying to clean off the streets versus providing public bathrooms, right? And which is the most cost-effective option and humane option, in my opinion, enforcement and everything. And so it's really important for me to understand we're not just spending money in terms of what we're giving in contracts, and I think that it makes sense to do that first, and I would love to see that and recognize that you have a big workload. But I think eventually, at some point, we really need to have a full understanding, because we can't make decisions about what the right strategy is if we don't even know what we're doing, right? The totality of what we're doing, enforcement all the way down. So that's where I'm coming from, and I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem. Mai, did you have another one, or? Nope, let's turn it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just ditto what Councilmember Maple said as well.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you, Ori. Thank you for your patience. It was very good. We're going to continue the Measure U item, if that's all right. And thank you for your patience. Chair Dickinson and I had a brief conversation about the subcommittee request, and we might want to add a subcommittee request relating to public engagement. So why don't we tee that one up with my office and work with PNPE and try to get that done, okay? Very good. Okay. Council ideas and questions first before we get to the public comments on items not on the agenda.
We're not still just sitting here. How do y'all have anything left to say? It's 9 p.m.
I'm homeless. I'm 61 years old.
This is a joke.
Okay, if we could get through comments and questions quickly, I'd really appreciate it. Councilmember Valenzuela and Kaplan. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate a conversation that I started a couple meetings ago about council process and procedures. I'm not entirely sure where we stand on things. So I think last week, was it, City Manager, that you announced that. Sorry. So last week, I think, City Manager, you announced that the Office of Youth Development was going to move back under YPC, which is obviously within your authority as a City Manager to do. There was a pending item, though, that Law and Ledge had voted on around potentially creating a permanent Office of Youth Development that hasn't come to Council. And I guess this is more a question for the Mayor and City Manager, and I'm not really looking for a response today, but like, you know, the public banking item that I submitted in March didn't get heard again at budget and audit today. Like, I guess I'm just not entirely sure where, like, us as council members, we're all elected to serve our districts, and we adopted this policy procedure to say that when you have ideas, you submit it, and this is the process, but it doesn't really feel like that process is always happening. And so I guess I just want to put a finer line under my previous request around, like, for instance, I think a majority of us on this dais have talked about wanting to get an update on the county partnership agreement at a public meeting, and that's been since January. And so I guess I'm just not totally sure how we as individual elected officials advance anything to the council for full consideration right now. And I really want to just put a fine line under that, because it feels like it just keeps happening, and it's not so much like a disagreement on what is and is not happening, but just like if the council has something that we want to talk about and it doesn't come to council and then staff takes actions, it feels like we might be working at cross purposes, and I'm not sure how we rectify that to make it a little clearer. And Mayor, I know you were having a conversation, so I'll just reiterate. I think like there's been a few instances now where I'm not entirely sure how us as council members get things on agendas anymore. You know, many of us have mentioned wanting to talk about county homelessness response. I've submitted requests for things that haven't been agendized. There's been things that were passed out of committee that haven't come to council. And I guess I just want us to tighten that up, because I think from a fairness perspective, it's only fair that if we have a policy procedure, that there be some expectation on when those things move forward to council. And so I just wanted to flag that, because it became apparent to me last week with the recent announcement.
If you can get to me, and or the manager, the things that have passed through committee that have not been set to council, I'd like to, we'll discuss that in our meeting that we have among the charter officers regarding setting. And then if there are things that, there are three ways to get something on the agenda, really. One is through the committee process, right? One is by the city manager setting, and one is by the mayor setting. So if there are items like, for example, the city-county partnership agreement and discussing that, May the 23rd, we've got a council hearing set to essentially discuss that. And in fact, that's exactly what we're discussing, are the first implementation steps under the partnership agreement. But I just need some specificity around what is not being agendized or heard, so that we can bring that into our meeting and then can assess when and how to get everything heard.
Can I add to that, Mayor?
Yeah, that would be the intent.
Yeah, and so when we created this committee structure, it continues to be a work in progress, and during those discussions with this council, you know, issues would get surfaced by council members. It would get onto a log, not the old log, the new log, and that I would meet with the mayor along with city attorney, city clerk, to agendize those items as appropriate. And so that's what we've been doing following every council meeting. So we have this meeting, is it on Wednesdays?
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. So we can talk about those things. And the things that you're surfacing about, you know, the timing of it, some of it is subject to the committees. You're chair of one of the committees, so you have control over when things come to your committee, and as does the mayor over budget and audit, P&PE for Councilmember Kaplan. And so, you know, if there's things that you need to feel like they need to be surfaced sooner and heard earlier, that's something we can talk about during our Wednesday meetings.
Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of like, how do we see all of that? It feels like things get submitted and then they kind of, and I know this clerk has the Teams channels and different things for our requests. It's just like this proposal for the Office of Youth Development, for instance, was passed out of law and ledge last fall. And so like, I kind of assumed like, okay, we're waiting to see if Measure L passes. We're going to wait to see how this fits with Measure L. And then there was an announcement that the office was moving under YPSI, which, I mean, I'm not even saying if I agree or disagree with that. I'm just saying like, well, we had a pending council item to talk about structure, and then it didn't come to council, and then a decision was made, and it's been 6 months since that item was recommended by council. So I guess I'm not entirely clear, and it's just something that in arts, this policy procedure change that we've made is just, it's really fascinating to me. When I talk to my colleagues in other cities, they're like baffled by the fact that a majority of the council can't put something on the agenda. They're just like that should, like there should be a mechanism for the majority of council to say, we want to do a closed session to talk to OPSA. We want to have an agenda item on to do that, and it doesn't. And they argued with me and said, oh no, there's a way for you to do this. And I'm like, no, there isn't. So I feel like we've created a process that's incredibly closed door that we can't participate in as electeds. And then our ideas are just kind of submitted. And if it aligns with priorities of a committee, great. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But I don't get to sit on budget and audit. So like I can't push the public banking item other than to keep saying, hey, where's my item? Where's my item? Where's my item? And I just want to make sure that what we're doing is in the furtherance of what we were all elected to do, which is to be able to have a voice in the items that come to this council and to set policy. So I guess I'm just bringing it forward because I don't feel like, I know we've been only a couple months into the current policy and procedure. There's still bumps to work out. I'm feeling kind of frustrated, and I want to make sure that we're not just using this to kind of keep things off of the main council agenda when they should be being talked about more frequently.
I don't think that's the case at all. And I think when you talk about the Office of Youth Development, it's still in play. Structurally, it's just lived somewhere else in the organization. And it's something that I've talked to this council about before, both as part of my performance evaluation, publicly, one-on-ones, my briefings. Be real clear, the fact that this office sits in the city manager's office does not give it more clout or more resources or anything like that, because the reality is that they all report to me, and I think that by moving it under YPSI in this case, it provides more bandwidth. Similarly, with the climate position, Jennifer Venema, we put it under Public Works so they can have more resources, bring more resources to bear in the furtherance of the policy discussions you're having here. So I think organizationally, I don't want to conflate the two, because those things are completely under the purview of the city manager.
And I didn't intend to bring this up to debate the move. What my point was is that council had said, hey, we want to send something, the committee had said, we want to send this to the full council for discussion.
The old council.
But like everything that happened in pre-December doesn't get wiped clean, because then our whole city would stop functioning. You know?
Well, that is something we talked about during the discussions with the committees, that we would take a look at the older items.
Yeah.
And the mayor and I would sit down and would figure out which committees they go to. And that was very clear what we talked about.
If we needed to re-agendize it at Law and Ledge, then I would have been happy to re-agendize it and have the conversation. I guess it's just, for me, this is a process question. You know, if something comes out of committee, it should come to council. And when it doesn't come to council, it makes me wonder, like, okay, well, then what is the outcome of this process, you know?
Well, it will come to council. It's a matter of timing. And that's where we have the discussion on our Wednesday meetings to prioritize which ones need to come first. Because there's been work done on items that come before the newer items.
Okay.
Just because they're surfaced at a committee doesn't automatically bump them to the top of the list in terms of coming back to this council. So that's a discussion I have with the mayor frequently, and the city attorney and city clerk.
And again, you've cited several examples. Please cite more, not right now, but get them to me, and then we'll triage every single one of them, right? I mean, like the banking issue, which we've talked about. I talked about, we'll get it agendized sometime in the month of May. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to agendize it at the Budget and Audit Committee at the end of May. So I will work with all the members, at least pursuant to my authority, and then we work in collaboration in those Wednesday meetings to make sure that everybody's point of view or issue is heard in some way, because that's right.
Well, and I would love for the committee chairs to be more actively involved in those discussions, because like our committees get canceled, things get moved around, and I don't always know when that's coming. And so I think if this process is going to work, it needs to be really leaning on even more communication than we currently have, so that we're, if things are getting pulled back, and if you decide, hey, this isn't going to go to Law and Ledge, it's going to go straight to the full council, that when we talked about policy procedures, I know the vice chair and I both expressed an interest in being engaged in those conversations. If it's going to bypass Law and Ledge, that the Law and Ledge chair and vice chair would get a chance to weigh in if we felt that was appropriate. Things like that,
Okay. We'll keep working on it. I think it's the right process. We just got to keep working to work out any of the bugs. Okay, that's what we'll do. Okay, we got others. Kaplan, Talmontes, Maple, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, just as an aside, I want to tell you that I respect the process. I don't have confusion about the process, because I know I trust you and our city manager and charter officers to come together when things come out of committee, that there is a timeline. I also know that our city staff is working 2 weeks to 4 weeks ahead of time to put things on the agenda. Maybe there needs to be some more clear communication, but I'm not confused in that regard. I also know that I don't sit on budget, but if I wanted to bring something with budget, I have my colleague that I can buddy up with and have one of my colleagues present something as a joint item that can come to a committee. So I feel like my voice is heard. I feel like I have a process that is clearly understood to me, that things can come up. And I also know that I can talk to the city manager and mayor, and that if my colleagues talk to them as well, they'll know where items are priority, because it's also here where we can discuss where priorities are. So for me, I feel like I very much understand and appreciate the process of what the mayor and the city manager are doing, and don't have confusion, but would love to hear if there's ways that we can improve it, because it makes perfect sense to me on that process. I would just like to say this weekend, this Saturday, is the opening day for the first truly city organized, approved within the city, that our city staff has helped my chief of staff organize a farmer's market through the city process, through city banking, through city contracts, is opening this Saturday at North Natomas Regional Park.
Thank you. That should be great. Okay, Councilmember Talamantes, then Maple.
So I have 3 events. Jump into Spring event at Niños Park. We're partnering with the Greenhouse on May 20th. This Thursday, Cafecito with Karina at Fancy Donuts and Ice Cream. And then we have our City of Festivals grant recipient, the Sacramento Lowrider Commission at Discovery Park, throwing an event that I'm excited for. And I just want to give a big congratulations to Wendy Aguilar, the Media and Communications Specialist for the Sacramento Fire Department, who was named Communicator of the Year by the California Association of Public Information Officials. Wendy was selected for various reasons, but also her famous videos of I Am Sacramento Fire and What's for Lunch, which features our firefighters cooking in the kitchen.
Wonderful. Councilmember Maple and Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thank you so much. Just a couple quick announcements. So tomorrow, let me make sure I have the right date. So tomorrow we will be doing our District 5 Parks Walking Tour with YPC's staff, as well as our commissioners. So I'm really excited about that. We'll be touring around all the different parks, seeing, what's the status on them, what's needed, deferred maintenance, and making sure the community knows. And so I'm really excited for that. And then on Thursday at the Oak Park Community Center at 5:30 p.m., there will be a presentation by Aggie Square and UC Davis on the employment opportunities that will be coming forward through that project. So invite the community to come and participate in that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Last, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a few announcements as well, but I just wanted to kind of recenter Councilwoman Valenzuela's comments on just having a better understanding of the process. Maybe it's not just understanding, but it's probably the communication piece too, because, I'm not on Law and Ledge, but I do often wonder, once something passes Law and Ledge, does it go into the universe? Do we have a standing document that we can share publicly that these are items that have passed Law and Ledge? And so I just think it's about us just being more Thanks. I just think it's a matter of just public transparency, like Law and Ledge, Budget and Audit, PNP worked on something. I see the city manager nodding her head. So it's important to say, hey, these are items that should be in the queue. And I don't know who determines timeline. Maybe that's the city manager and the mayor, and that's fine. If that's our process, that's fine. But let's be transparent about what policies are in the queue, and so that we can communicate that back to the public. And so I just wanted to emphasize that.
There is such a form on the city clerk's website that's reported after Law and Ledge. The timing, I believe, is reported, but it's tentative based upon the scheduling it, and the other things that are in the queue. But that is public. I think the one instance that Councilmember Valenzuela raised was sort of a tweener, because it was from the old council, and this process started with the new council in January, February. Now, so maybe we do need that. She made a good point. I think maybe we do need to catch back up.
Okay.
Fair enough. But I do think the process for everything that has come through committee under this new council is actually following the right route, and nothing is being lost here.
And further, if there are questions about it, I have a weekly agenda review meeting that all your staff attend. They can ask questions, we can respond, we can talk about timing. The clerk's there, the city attorney's there, my entire executive team is there. There should be, I mean, if you have questions, they should be surfaced at those meetings.
And you have two outlets at least, which is the city manager's authority and my authority. And so if something isn't happening, just need to know about it, and we'll work collaboratively to try to make sure that the issue is heard.
I just want to respond quickly that, I mean, we do those things, and sometimes things, just the timing decisions aren't clear. And so I guess what I'm looking for is, if this is going to rest mostly with you and the city manager, Mayor, that there just be more communication with the sponsors of these items before things
Fair
get
enough.
changed. And yeah,
We'll do it.
Okay, thanks.
We'll communicate better.
Thanks, Mayor. And then just a few announcements. I think earlier you heard today, just wanted to invite the public and my colleagues to Susan B. Anthony in the Detroit community neighborhood, to Susan B. Anthony Elementary School, where we're going to celebrate Hmong American Day. The event's from 11 to 3, just really honoring the history and the resilience of the Hmong community. And so if you got time, it's a free event, food, music, arts. Please join us 11 to 3 in South Sacramento. Also want to put a plug in this weekend as well for the 2023 Sacramento Asian Pacific Film Festival happening at the Sophia home of the B Street Theater. That's happening May 13th and May 14th this weekend. It is in downtown, but want to give a shout out to that because I think it's so important for the community to learn more about Asian American history and just really our narratives and our stories. And so definitely check that out. You can go to www.sapff.org to learn more about the short films, the documentaries about Asian American Pacific Islander here in the U.S. And then lastly, I just wanted to announce that we are extending our Heart and Hustle deadline scholarship to now Friday, May 19th. And so if you know a senior that lives in District 8 or go to school in District 8, that's Cap City, Luther Burbank, or Valley High, please encourage them to apply. The scholarship is $1,000. If you are out of status, I've learned that using for us not to use undocumented anymore, but it's really out of status. So if you have any out of status students that is also seeking funding for scholarship, please encourage them to apply as well. And you can get the information at heartandhustle.org/scholarship. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, members of the public who want to testify on items not on the agenda to conclude tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 10 speakers in chambers. The first is Ryan Massano, Julius Giles, Rick Young, and then Grant Willits.
Good evening. I have a lot more to say, but I just wanted to start off with, I would like that you would imitate other city councils and have members of the public speak first, because waiting 2 to 3 hours for us to have to get up to speak it's telling us that basically our opinions do not matter, and that we are supposed to sit up here and listen to you when we elected you. And so we should be the ones that you should be listening to, first of all. Second of all, 2 minutes is lousy. We should have 3 to 5 minutes, I would think. There's other city councils that we get about 5 minutes. And I think you should be able to take our opinion seriously. We do have things to say, and you would be well advised to listen. Now, there are many issues that have to be addressed. One of them, this council talks a lot about race. Okay, not one person in this entire room chose the race that they were born. Not one person. But what we did choose, we chose our wisdom, we choose our virtue, and we choose our courage. Those are the things that should be celebrated, because that's what distinguishes every single human being in this room from each other one. The only thing that separates us is the work that we do. Some of us put the work in to actually become something. Some of us try to tear down those of us who do that. So it's important to distinguish that we as humans judge us on our choices. Don't judge us for something we had no control over, because that's a problem that has been in America, and it's been directed at every single race. Lately, it's directed at the majority. The other issue that I wanted to address was we're going to talk about victim groups, because right now you criticize basically any white person in America is open game, but you're not allowed to criticize non-whites, and you're not allowed to criticize other groups. And the thing is, if there's wrongdoing being done by anyone, that person should be able to be criticized, period. Whatever anyone in the audience may think that's irrational, that should be a fact. So thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Julius Giles.
Maybe you'll get banned from this.
I don't see Julius. Rick Young.
Quick.
Following Rick Young is Grant Willits, then MVW.
Hi there.
You leave. That gentleman in the back, leave. Excuse me. Excuse me, officers. Excuse me. Excuse me. You're out of order. Okay. I want this gentleman to be heard, here. He's waited all night. Hold on here.
How do we handle that better than y'all?
Next.
I'm here as a resident, 40 years in Sacramento. I'm a pastor and I live on X Street. And I've had my car defecated 3 times. I've had my front door urinated. Last week was on 21st and Broadway, and I was attacked by someone that was on the street. So for me, it's safety. I can't even open up my garage to do my laundry without having somebody looking in my garage and coming on my property. I have a kind of a solution, but I don't want to say it publicly because I'm afraid that I might not get home. Just kind of what just happened. I think that's why a lot of seniors don't come out, because we're afraid. So
Thank you for coming out.
thank you.
Next speaker is Grant Willits. Grant. MVW, then O, then Erica Naranjo. Is MVW here? Yes. It's your turn to speak. I heard you, Mindy. Do you not want to speak? MVW, O, then Erica Naranjo.
We're on week 11 of being here. Every week we try to uplift community members who have lost their lives due to state-sanctioned violence. That includes police brutality, sweeps, prison, all sorts of things. So I thought this week we would do another reel. So we're going to ask for justice for Jordan Neely, justice for Joseph Mann, justice for Maurice Hawley, justice for Sharano Stingley, justice for Michael McIntyre, justice for Antonio Thomas, justice for Jaime Naranjo, justice for Jordan Zuka, justice for Jeremy Southern, justice for Daryl Richards, justice for Daisyon Fleno, all who were killed by SAC PD or SAC sheriffs during a mental health crisis. Since 2015, 25% of all people killed by police officers had a mental illness. 1 in 4, as many as half of all fatal police shootings, involves a person suffering from a mental illness. People with untreated mental illnesses are 16 times more likely to be killed by police. 16 times. And lastly, 20% of all police calls are mental health related. Police should not be answering these calls. Giving them more money is not funding them to answer these calls. Funding the community, giving people help, not handcuffs, is how you would change the narrative in your city. Also, I find it interesting that when Erica got up to talk about her father being murdered in her front yard, instead of doing trauma-informed care by allowing her to speak,
Thank you for your
you
comments.
asked
Your
her to
time
leave.
is complete.
So maybe you
Speaker is O.
talk to people.
Our next speaker is O.
Today, we are bringing forth a new community demand for Mental Health Awareness Month that states,
We demand an end to SAC PD answering mental health calls, remove all law enforcement from mental health responses entirely, and fund community mental health services instead. While riding the subway in New York, Jordan Neely had been yelling about how hungry, thirsty, and fed up he was before he was held in a chokehold for 6 to 15 minutes, resulting in his life being taken, all because he was suffering from a mental health crisis. The reality is there are currently people being murdered and harmed by the law enforcement in this city, regardless if they're rangers, sheriffs, or SAC PD officers. They are all killing and perpetuating harm to Black, brown, and unhoused communities. Jaime Naranjo was a husband, father, grandfather, and was loved by his family. He was murdered by the sheriffs in his own front yard in front of his wife while suffering a mental health crisis, whose family you just kicked out of this meeting. Sharano Stingley was a father and a grandfather and was loved by his family as well. He was murdered right outside his daughter's home by the sheriffs during a mental health crisis. These are some of the most recent murders of Black and brown men by law enforcement in this city, both mental health related. Your usual excuse is that it's a county problem because they were murdered by sheriffs and they have all the mental health funding. But SAC PD has a heavy history of murdering Black and brown people who are suffering from mental health related issues as well. So it's not just a county problem, it's a Sacramento problem. Like it was stated earlier, people with untreated mental illnesses are 16 times more likely to be killed by police during an encounter. Nobody should be criminalized or killed for being hungry, thirsty, not having a home, suffering from a mental health crisis. You're pro-police, anti-homeless, anti-poor budgets, and the way y'all vote is a reflection of what you value and shows who you don't.
I think Erica and Elisa have left. Samuel is our next speaker. And then Keon Bliss. Samuel, are you interested in speaking?
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Samuel. My pronouns are they, them. It's week 11 of community members bringing to the table the list of demands that would significantly help reduce the harm, violence, and murder of Black and brown lives and communities. First off, I would like to address how disrespectful that was to try to silence your community members, especially Erica Naranjo. And you should know her name. I'm here to uplift the Naranjo family, whose loved ones should still be here today. Jaime Naranjo was a father, a husband, a son, a friend, and I have learned through his family that he was a pillar in his community. September 28th, 2022, Sacramento Sheriff officer murdered Jaime outside of his home while having a mental health crisis. As the council brings to the table more funding for city and county police regarding mental health, I'd like to remind the city that citizens, community members, and your city do not deserve to die because they are struggling with mental health. Law enforcement should never, ever be involved with mental health crises. And again, you are investing more money into the biggest gang in America instead of investing that $500 million into mental health services that could help your citizens. Regarding whatever it is that any more funding for police is not the solution that will help your most vulnerable constituents. Being Black and brown and suffering from mental health should not be a death sentence. I really would urge the council, I don't know how we could do with policies, procedures, but I really think that the public should be able to talk first in these meetings. We've been here for how many hours, and a lot of these people left, and they have a lot of good things to say. So if you're saying you want to invest and have community and you're going to listen to us, then the least that you can do is have us talk first at these meetings. I don't think that's that hard to do.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Keon Bliss, and then Lambert Davis will be our final speaker.
Point of order, Mayor, really quick. I had actually wanted to speak on the city auditor's item earlier, and I put in a slip for it, but I guess I put the wrong number, so I was actually curious of the city clerk if I could speak on that item in particular, or...
Why don't you just take a couple minutes, Keon, and combine your...
That'd be great. I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
Way. Yeah, so I really appreciated the conversation with the city auditor's work plan, and really would just want to lift up and support what Councilmember Vang and Maple and others had suggested about really allowing him to really look at all departments. It should be a matter of course. It shouldn't even be a question or debate. In fact, it should, if you want to make it as efficient and productive as possible, it would make sense to actually start with the largest departments that receive the most spending, the most funding, and also have the most authority, because those are the ones that are ultimately responsible for a majority of our resources and their public resources. In case, I don't need to remind all of you, we elected you to represent us and our interests and our shared values as a community in this city. And appointed members like the city manager, the city clerk, and the city attorney, they are your employees. Same with the city auditor. And it's really important that you all are reminding them that they're serving at your interest, at our shared interest. Because at the end of the day, it's not the city manager's name, it's not the city clerk's name or the city attorney's name that ultimately gets on when things go wrong or misconduct is revealed from audits. It's your name. It's our elected representative's name. And it's really important that if you don't want your name to be attached to that, we need you to hold our public employees accountable, all of them. So really appreciate the discourse, and I really hope that the city auditor looks at all departments, particularly how funding is used as well as not used, as well as the processes that are going into these things, and how efficiently they are, particularly when it comes to agenda setting and as well as responses to public requests, especially from the advisory bodies, as well as what is coming up with other things. But
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Would you make your final comment?
I had another comment that I wanted to do for off agenda.
Briefly, I'm going to give that to you because, as you said, you're a member of our Public Safety Commission, and you also inadvertently checked the wrong box. So take 1 more minute, okay? 1, please.
Sure.
Okay.
So the other item I was looking to talk about really was what my council member alluded to, which was the confusion and oftentimes just unwelcoming process that we exercise here as a city, and that is reflected here even in our advisory bodies. For those who weren't watching yesterday, the Sacramento Community Police Review Commission couldn't meet because we didn't have a quorum of people inside chambers in order to hold the meeting. Now, we had a quorum of members who were willing to participate. Unfortunately, some of them had personal emergencies, childcare duties that ultimately came up, and also travel delays that prevented us from meeting all in person. But we had a quorum efficiently to do that, and we could have met hybridly, but unfortunately, the city clerk's office, for whatever reason, refused to allow us to do a hybrid meeting. But also, we learned that state law, unfortunately, seems to prevent us from having less than a quorum of 6. But this also speaks to our recommendation that we have had on your desk
Your 1 minute is complete.
Since 2020, that we need to change city code to allow for for our commissions, as well, all commissions, to have a majority of appointed members.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll take that. I hear you. We'll talk more about that.
Our final speaker is Lambert Davis.
Yes, this is Lambert Davis, and one thing I don't do is I don't waste time, so I will get to the point.
It's debatable.
During the Sacramento Kings and Warriors Classic series, I noticed, I hadn't even known about it. Somebody mentioned that the Grant Drumline was actually performing during all of that exposure. And then I found out later that the drumline, which is scheduled to go to Europe shortly, had a deficit. And then I found out miraculously at 2 o'clock today, now this is the City Councilman Laloli saying, and I thought I heard the mayor congratulate that situation. There should be no more deficit now. These teenagers from Grant High School should be ready to go to Europe. Their travel, lodging, and food should be covered. And I'm going to ask for someone to investigate if the city manager's office, with all of those departments and divisions, did they contribute to this trip? Because if they didn't, then I'm going to have an issue with that. I don't think YPSI should be separate. I think they should have come in tonight with their report. What makes them separate from everyone else other than the police and fire, which is always separate? YPSI could have put up some money and helped these teenagers. But I'm glad to hear that, Mayor and City Councilman Lololi. And Mayor, we look forward to your town hall meeting when you get healthy, because it was canceled and we'd like to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are adjourned.